What's up? How we doing? Taking my time to get over. Like I said, wasn't probably going to stream live today originally yesterday, but since we had AAIO Go Bananas finally later in the day, like again, you would ask me yesterday, this time yesterday, I'm going to tell you guys I'm not going live today, and then we finally have AAIO Go, crazy yesterday. It's like, I'll give it a chance today and see if we have anything. And right now, same as usual. I don't know which one of these places is going to get the mob, so that's why I was just kind of coming in, slow and steady here to see if we find something to pop up today and what that something will be. Alrighty, team. Was going to take the day off, but decided to come in because of AAIO actually kind of made a move for us yesterday. So, in the office now, seeing if we have anything going on. Come join the live stream if you want to. I'll go over some key levels for you guys in just a minute, but I'm not going to do morning alerts and break down every single play today. Just taking a nice, easy Friday. So, for small caps, it has unfortunately been really messy over the last few weeks, and the best plays really don't show themselves until about an hour or so after the opening bell. So today, sitting back, waiting, and having patience. Oh, see, it just shows you I just deleted that. Hold on, team. All right, over to your number one top gainer on the day. I'll do at least some small breakdowns here. We have HCWB as your number one top gainer. It is flying a new high of day right now. HCWB resistance on the way up. Well, we just flew the 115 area, so that's not holding up. The next true resistance I see is right around 130. Over that 145. Over 145, watch for a pop to 165, and over that then 190 resistance for HCWB. Now down back below, where would you take a bounce play? Right around the 105 mark, 105 support, and then down below that at 95 cents. All right, HCWB is halted up. So we do have HCWB halted up right here, team. All right, we'll put SLE over here. Go over to Zindu. AUUD. All right, so we have HCWB opening up at 131. It's saying 131 for HCWB. All right. HCWB is pulled up now for myself. I would like a dip buy back at 105. 105. Man. Your number two top gainer on the day, well, it's just because of freaking crazy move yesterday where it closed at, is TDIC. It's TDIC. TDIC has to get back over, and we'll go to some resistance areas real quickly for TDIC. Well, down below support, we'll do that first. We'll do support first. Support is at 145. Under 145, watch for a crack back down to 125. Under that, we head to sub $1 area. Could go all the way back down to that 75, 85 cent mark. On the way up today, resistance for TDIC. 190 is going to be strong. 210 and over 210, that's where this play could really get to parabolic and really maybe start to halt up and down. Your number three top gainer, AUUD. We've seen this play run in the past. Support down below, best is at 170, 175. On the way up, strong resistance comes in at 215 and then 235 to 240. over 235 to 240 area, we do have some room to run on this chart for the move up to 340 area. So watch that for AUUD today. Over pre-market high could run to 3 and then 340. SLE's halted down here. Halted down out of the gate. Big sell-off here. Support on SLE's coming in right now at 590 into the 570 mark. Support's better down around 5. $7 strong resistance. I'd imagine when this opens up and goes down for more, it's only up on earnings. Watch for move back up to 7 for a short and a fill there. Now back over 7, watch for move up overall to 750. And over that real strong resistance comes in again right around 9. Buy is up today. Buy a 140 after hours resistance. It's flying back up to that right now. Bounce plays back down below for BIYA. Right around the same level as HCWB, and it always ends up being that way. Right around the 105 area. That'll be great support for a dip buy if it comes back down to it. 140 top resistance area. Now, if we get over 140, we have seen buy a pop in the last few weeks many a time. Over 140 in pre-market high, watch for a spike up to 155, then 170, over that 190, and over that right around 220 resistance for BIYA. Oh, you guys have to come in here at the same time. Oh, I can't wait for Avery to get back. I hate this. That's why another reason why I haven't been like this. Sorry about this week, guys. When that's why I'll tell you, like this is, I hate when she's gone. I can't trade. The first part of the day is nothing but these damn dogs. Ugh. Miss the old school days. They would just sleep all day long. They would never bother me. Now they literally do nothing but bother me. It's annoying. Okay, hold on, guys. Oh, sorry, guys. Had you on mute the whole time. My bad. I was back in here giving alerts on some of these other tickers. So AIIO is on watch here again. I don't know if any of you guys caught this bounce. Oh, my gosh. I missed it. Boom. 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 Bam. Now, I know it looks a little iffy and sketchy here into the opening bell because you're going like, man, do I take it? Do I really take it? It's bouncing at 445. Is it really going to bounce at 425? And yeah, it is. And so, beautiful bounce play. So the only really plays I like here to start the day would be another bounce back at 425. Oh, no! It didn't come down to 105. I just put orders in there, too, right after the freaking thing went live. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Did not get filled there. All right, so HCWB guys did not get filled at the 105 mark. That hurts so bad. Quick wick down there out of the halt up, right back on up to 127 now. Came down to right around 112 was the low on that dip. Didn't get filled at 105. So still like that mark, you know, on HCWB, especially if it pops back up a little bit more. And then the other play I like a lot would be the 425 bounce play on AIIO. Those are my two favorite plays of the day, at least to take a bounce. On the way up, QUCY, we're seeing some fails up top, and we're seeing that not only from AIIO getting the bounce from pre-market low back up, you're seeing it from QUCY. So that's in the other round of trades will be shorts. SLE, high of day short at 7. QUCY, high of day short at the 285 mark. AIIO, right around that 5 mark, right? So we're seeing some BIYA right off that 140 mark and after hours high. So we're seeing, that's your other two trades. Your two trades so far today are getting those bounce plays to go up, and then the reversals off the pre-market high once they move up to them is what I'm seeing so far today. Also, just sit back and wait for your plays to come to you, like we have here recently. TDIC, AIIO, you know, and then they run crazy at lunch. That's what I'm waiting for today. Love to get a trade here out of the gate, but if not, then hey, let's find that one play the mob's going to go to, and then we get the bounce, and then it squeezes at lunch. Today, HCWB has that look, and right now, if I would have been filled, I'd probably be done for the day. I mean, it's just hit 140 new high of day. Unfortunately, did not get filled, dang it. And so sitting back, waiting for bounce plays. Other than that, watch for those reversals and shorts back up top. All right. All right, so sitting back and waiting, guys. Sitting back and waiting, not seeing anything as of right now. HCWB did not get filled. I still have my orders down there. I may move one up to like 112, 113 if this play holds up a little bit longer. If it doesn't, I'm going to sit back and wait because it may not be the mob play of the day. Mob play of the day usually generally will hold up and be strong 15, 30 minutes, you know, after the opening bell. So that's what I'm really waiting for to see if we get that today. As of right now, not really getting the main. We're going to get one, in my opinion. It's just not coming and showing its face right now, other than HCWB. All right. Yeah, cool. All right. We do have QCY. QUCY is trying to pop up here, so QUCY is trying to pop up here. HCWB, new high of day there at the 140 mark. Big reversal from BIYA from 140 back on down there. All right, QUCY is starting to take off a little bit more here, team. QUCY is starting to take off a little bit more. We do have that $3 pre-market high resistance here that it can run into still as well. Just waiting for the a play to get the mob. Waiting for a play to get the mob. AIIO starting to move up here yet again, you know, a little bit. So the best play of the day so far with these bounce plays down low. I missed this one that actually got hit at 425. I had an order in here at HCWB and didn't get filled. Same for TDIC. That was a good bounce play out of the gate. QUCY. So these former runner plays, those are the best plays out of the gate so far, have been bounce plays off of those lows and moving now back up to new high of day in market. Overall, this play right here was the best of the day. AIIO. Oh my gosh, shows. I hate that I got in a little late today and now seeing that, but it's fine. You know, it's letting me know that bounce plays are still working. The best bounce that we could look for now would be if we get a breakout, say, you know, over 525 up to pre-market high and maybe a tad higher to 6. And then our bounce play comes right here at this 525 mark. You can see how much failing we have at 525. That would be the dip buy potential here if we get the crazy move up to 6. So that's what I'm looking for, at least anticipating if we get there already ahead of time. So that way I'm kind of looking forward to the move. QUCY is starting to move a little bit too, so I'm going to get rid of AUUD. So former runners are really starting to take the mob, at least a little bit of it. QUCY there going to new high of day. We got TDIC, same thing, trying to pop back up from yesterday's, or I should say today's pre-market low area. Now it's bouncing back up, trying to get to new highs. So we're just seeing former runners take the mob a little bit more so than newer runners today. What's up, Ingrid? How we doing? Nah, Saline, Civilized Citizen, Daza. Anyone else out there? Saddle moving a little bit. Yeah, that one got a little pop there at the bell out of nowhere for whatever reason. It's probably going to be like, what's that play yesterday, Poet, that you guys looked at? It usually is a very slow mover, so I'd bet Saddle has a move at the bell just like Poet yesterday, and then about 30 minutes from right now, you're watching it do nothing. Poet had some decent moves yesterday, but you know what I'm saying. Nothing that I'm looking at. Just not looking at Saddle. Just not myself. Nathy, I'll give levels and large caps in just a minute, or at least a few of them, not all of them. Just sitting back and seeing if we get the move I want today. Gonna have to have some patience on these small cappers today and wait to see which one of them get the mob, and then when we go to attack after that. Got a little too many plays to look at today. Again, just a recap of the small caps. QUCY hitting new highs. AIIO, gosh, I wish I would have been and hit that bounce play at 425. Now a $1 plus move. Didn't get filled on HCWB. That would have been a nice, good, 30-cent ripper if I would have gotten filled at 105. But we have a lot of different tickers to look at, is my point. I'm, again, waiting, at least at this point, to see which play is going to get the mob like we've had over the last few days. Kind of wait for all this mess to sort itself out, so to speak, with all these different tickers we're looking at. And we will find a small cap ticker to get a good play in on. We still have plenty to look at right now, but to me, the mob's all over the place. There's not one that truly has it. A lot of them have the mob, I guess you could say that, because no one's the clear-cut winner. We're having some bounces and spikes and pushes up, and a couple of reversals up top, but still, main thing would be the good bounces and pushes. We're getting good bullish moves. Just really has been continuation. The bounce play at the opening bell across the board was pretty nice. If you got the opening bell move and the spike up, wait for this mess to settle out, and the play will come. All right, so I still like the 420 area for for AIIO. I like the 105 area still for HCWB. Of course, the 240 area for QUCY. The thing is, who takes the mob and who keeps going? Who stays in a channel and just sits sideways and consolidates? And that's what we're waiting for, really, right now. All right, I'll do some large cappers, see which ones look good anyway. And go over a few of these before really just honing in on getting one trade for the day. I'll give you a couple of small, large cap levels for the day here. Obviously, not really trading more than day-wise here recently. They just haven't given me the love that I had gotten in the past, so really more swing in these plays. Right now, for the SPY, we'll go through it. Just hit off of last Friday's high of day. You got to love that. This Friday's low so far is last Friday's high. I'm going to say that sticks. 738 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes back to the low from Wednesday, the high from last Thursday, which is 736. If we crack 736, it's going to be a sell-off down to 734.50. On the way down today, or on the way up today, I should say, strong reversal there at 742. Zoom in and zoom back out. 742 is going to be some strong resistance. I'm going to call that normal high of day. That we're right there at the opening bell, what we filled at. Over that, watch for a spike to 743, and over that we head back up to 743.70. Over 743.70, which is pretty much the high from Wednesday, the open and low from Thursday yesterday. There's going to be strong resistance, and I don't think we get over 743.70. The three A plays we always look at are stuck. Apple, AMD, ARM, all in channels. Apple, top, 301. Bottom, 294. Most likely, will channel within that today. AMD, 426 bottoms. Right around 450, a little bit higher tops. Now, the play here would be back under 426 for the short, back under today's low or this Tuesday's low. That would be the trade here out of all of these because ARM is really stuck with lows right around 200 and tops being right around 220 up to around the 230 mark. So I think these plays, in my opinion, really channel up, don't do much today. The only one I would say has the shot to really get a good move would be AMD back under 426. B as well. BE as well, honestly, trapped in a channel. I'd be watching for bounce plays off of Tuesday and Wednesday's low at 270 down to around 265. And resistance and failing up top at either 297 or again at the 302 mark, 303 mark, which yesterday did provide for a good reversal and short to begin with. And then eventually was what? A great breakout to 310. And so I think those levels still come into play again today for BE. Over to Google here. Watch for this continuation downtrend break squeeze, in my opinion, today. Next resistance area, if we get over 3, which we're at right now, strong resistance, 394. We candlestick confirm over 94. Watch for a surge to 95.50. And over 95.50, which I'll call, being that we're coming from some bottoms already, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to 96.40. Over that to 97.50. And I can see us easily getting back up to yesterday's high of day, right around 98.75 for your ultimate high of day. Support down below is going to be at 91.50. And then again at 89.30, the beautiful bottoms this morning in pre-market. Continuing on the journey here, let's go over to the M plays. Meta, ugly, trapped, caught in a channel. We talked about this. Just stuck. 624 tops right around now. It usually was about 595 to 600 bottoms, but we did hit a little lower than that. But that's really the channel we're in. 600, 595 bottoms, 625, 620 tops. Now again, get back over 625, yesterday's high, is going to lead to a move up to last Thursday's high. And that's going to be the key. But again, if we get over 625, we're rolling. Otherwise, channel mode. Yeah. Same with the all the EM plays. MSTR, Microsoft, all caught in a channel. Was hoping yesterday maybe MSTR could squeeze back on up. Nope, right back on down we come. The 175 bottom is going to be key from yesterday. That's going to be your bounce play. If we crack it, watch for the move down to 170, 150, and maybe even further. Well, was hoping I'd get back-to-back Fridays for MU, and it's not. Sell off this morning with a lot of other stuff, unfortunately, coming back on down. Add-in area would be right around 705 for the move back on up. We are creating a big M shape over on the daily from last Friday, unfortunately, into this Friday. So watch for that. Now, the only thing on the way back on up would be looking for shorts. Shorts at about the 775 mark, and then again, crazy strong resistance at 810 area. NVDA, all-time highs and after hours yesterday to 241, all the way back down to 224 today. Crazy moves from NVDA, and I'm going to call that normal low of day, the low we have already in market. Ultimate lows goes back to this Monday's high, Wednesday's low, right around 222, maybe a hair below it. On the way up, resistance now comes in at 228. Over 228, I would say 228 to 228.20 area. If we move over that, we move to 230. Normal high of day at 230, right there at the opening bell. Ultimate high of day moves back up to 232. Qs will be a lot like the SPYs in my opinion today. Lows right there, normal low of day, we just hit it. I'm all over that so far with the SPY. Normal low of day, we just hit it. Low of day in market, pretty much the low from Wednesday. Ultimate low of day heads all the way back down to 701.50 area. On the way up, we just ran into it. 710 resistance over that 712. 712 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day back up to 714.50. If we get over 14.50, we head to 15.50. Over that, we head to 17.50. Now, all these large cap plays look ugly today after that pullback. Gosh, I was hoping for more continuation up. Would have made it up for a great Friday for large caps. Bleh, now. 430 resistance. Over 430, we run to opening bell resistance at 435. Normal high of day at 435, maybe a hair over it. Over that, we run to 436.50. Over 436.50, watch for a pop up to 440 for your ultimate high of day. On the way down, like all these stickers, for the most part, we created low of day, normal low at 425. Ultimate low goes back down to Tuesday's low, right around 422.50. Play the ranges today. Large caps, it's pretty easy. Find these big round numbers and trade off of them, and we see these big reversal areas from, literally you go from the A's all the way to now to the T's and Tesla. You're fine. That's what I love when you move back up to these all-time high areas. You start to create better bounce plays and reversal areas that, again, you don't have a lot of charting to use. So now traders have limited charting and can only use that bounce play they just saw or that big reversal they just saw because that's all they have to go by. Use those bounce plays and reversal areas that you already see on the chart. They will come into play today as I feel we stay trapped and channeled up. All right, then. All right, Saddle keeps moving on up. So slow and steady move there from Saddle. The Saddle has a good bounce potential back at 9. So SATL, we have Baya not doing nothing. So let's say Baya to Baya. We'll put Saddle right there. We'll go into a 1-minute time frame. Show you what I'm looking at. Boom, right here. 8-9 down to that 875 roll would be gorgeous. TDIC, QUCY, TDIC and AUUD, BIYA really getting flat. Really getting flat. All right, here's where we are. What's up, Smoked Tuna? Another slow day after a great, yeah. So what I was saying yesterday on the live stream though, I was like, I've seen this happen where all of a sudden the next day or even like Monday you come in and you're like, oh yeah, pie, wow, that's so stupid. Halting down, AIIO halting down here at 440. AIIO about to halt down here. 3, 2, 1. There, halted down. Boom shakalaka. Wow. AIIO. Halted down. Halted down. So we do have pi moving here. Which one of these tickers do I want to take off the board? We'll go HCWB because it's moving a little slower, at least as of right now. Let's see if pi can hold after hours high of 750. That's right, 750? Yeah, right around 750, right? Yeah, somewhere right around 750. It's off of earnings. Let's see if it holds. Let's see what area we hold here for pi. See if we build up a good area for a dip buy. I still like AIIO at that mark, even though it's halted down. I know you guys are like, really? And I'm like, actually, I do. At this 420 mark, 425 mark. I actually do like it. I do like it here. Halted down at 5807. Resumption time should be 0307. 0307. Two bounce plays I like. I like the 9 and a tad below it on Saddle. And I still like this 425 mark. I think we get a small bounce off of it back up to 450 minimum. All right, I'm going to go get my I'm going to get a hat and vape pen. I'll be right back in here. I got the halt time wrong. Dang it! Did anyone get filled? You gotta be kidding me. I thought the resumption time was 04 after. What time did this halt at? I thought it was 04 after. Oh, it was 57 after. I thought it was 58 after. It was 58 after. Oh, but it's 58:07. Did anyone get filled on the bounce play? Son of a BY biscuit eating motherfucker. I literally thought it was 58:57. I thought it was 58:57. And so like right now I thought I was about to be going live. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I knew it was going to bounce. Shit. And back up to 450. God damn it. Fucking shit. Fuck. Shit. I shouldn't have pissed. I said, I was like, should I pee? Like, no, just hold it. I was like, no, just take the piss. Shouldn't have taken a piss. Son of a bitch. Stop going up. I knew you were going to be a bounce play at that area. Gosh damn it. Did anyone get filled? Had 420, didn't get filled. Okay, well. Man. Gosh damn it. That hurts. There goes, by the way, pie. Here comes saddle. God, that hurts. Gosh, I was going to market order in. I was literally just going to market order in. Damn it. I'd be done. I was going to be done for the day. I was about to be done, just so you guys know. I was going to get this trade in and be like, this is how easy bounce plays are. Well, it is. And I missed it. Damn it! I want to be done. I want to go let the dogs out and be like, booyah, I told ya. Easy money. I was going to go win 1,000 shares, maybe even 2,000 shares. All right, we'll sit back and wait for maybe one more here. I want fast movers. I'm not going to trade saddle. That's for like, no offense, Aussie chicks of the world that need some slow movers. I want volatile movement. I want 30, 40, 50 cents, and I want it now. Dang, that hurts. That pisses me off a little bit. Well, there goes the one good trade of the day so far. 420 bounds. All good. Nice. Nice, J-Web. Good job. We have PII still rolling pretty nicely. Is PII halted up? No way. What? This guy's float is all it is. Yeah, what is this guy's float? Oh, it's low. It is low. It's a 1 million float. Okay. PII resumption says 9. Okay, now it's 9:30. It's not as impressive. It was saying 9:50 something. Resumption time should be 09:48. 09:48. Showing 9:32 resumption price right now. Oh, this pisses me off so fucking bad. Oh man, hold on a sec, team. It's gonna halt up too. What the fuck? I love it. I killed it though. Whatever. Nailed it. I literally got out of my seat like a jackass to go get a hat and change my shirt. Get on something fresh for the morning. And I missed the 420 bounce play on. I saw it halt down. I said, okay, I'm gonna go get this, and I'll be right back. I came back 20 seconds after it was already bounced back on up to 450. I know it hit a little lower somehow, real quickly into the threes. It's now halted up at 5. Best play of the day, called it out, that 420 area for another dip buy if we come back down to it, and mother freaking, you gotta be kidding me. So AIIO is halted up. The other plays with eyes in it is PIII. It was out with earnings yesterday. Wasn't really doing a lot in pre-market, so I didn't alert it for that main reason. It just was not doing shit. Well, here it goes. It's now halted up. There really hasn't been a lot of charts set up on it that says, hey, take a bounce play. Now, you have old resistance plateau right around 820, But then if you look at bounce plays for the day for PIII, there's not one. You can't say, oh yeah, no, they're just quick reversals and built bull flags. So any red you see are the small micro pulls are just bull flags. It's not an actual pullback, not a bounce play. So you don't really know how far the retracement levels are for the day. You can't do the math, unfortunately, on PIII. So I would wait on it. Unless we start playing the halt gap strategy and this thing keeps continuing to climb, we'll see. But I just want to put your eyes on those two trades. PIII, and of course my baby, AIIO, perfect bounce at 420. Now it's showing no gap up on PIII Pi. No gap up, showing 904 resumption price. Yeah, it could have been that Aussie chick. I'm surprised you didn't get filled. I mean, to be honest, honestly, I'm a little surprised you did not get filled there. I would have loved to know if I could have gotten filled on trade. Again, I was going to have to market order in on trade the pool anyway because you can't put orders in. And that's the one shit thing that you can do on Think or Swim, but you can't do on Trade the Pool. You can actively go put orders in when a play is halted. We cannot. So I had it literally right here. I have it. I was going to market order in 500 at least twice. I was going to tap it twice. Look at that. Anyone get filled at 9? Anyone get filled at 9 so far? Who called the $9 bounce play out? I'm telling you, listen. I'm one of the best bounce traders there are. Like, machine. A machine, baby. I love it. Bounces, baby. Bounces. We are live. Nothing really going on there. I'm not a fan of Pi, really. But I was going to tap it twice. So essentially when it came live, anything on that lower VWAP band, I was going to hit it. Like anything on that band, I was going to try to tap it. So honestly, with the spread 2 Aussie chick, who knows what my average would have been. At this point, I wouldn't be really worrying about it because even if it was 430 something, I'd be sitting pretty, you know? I'd been a little pissed and annoyed at first, but now I'm going, okay, we're killing it. But anyway, yeah. So, and that also kind of hurts because of where do you take the bounce play now if it comes back down? You know, that wick does mess some things up, you know, because it's so big. It's like, well, I love 420, but damn, that went all the way down to 390, you know? So, we do have QUCY taking off, new high of day. QUCY is taking off, new high of day, flying here. We have resistance from yesterday at 350 area. 350 area. Pullbacks on it for bounce plays. At least for today so far. Let's talk about it. $3. And we don't bounce until we come all the way down to 240. And that led to a pretty good bounce. That's 60 cents. That's not a lot though, right? 290. That's 50 cents or so. We're halted up. QUCY. Gee golly. Now, here we go. Buckle up, baby. $3 was the bounce play. To do math correctly, $3 is your bounce area. I have my saddle at 877. Shall I move it to 9 now? You probably already missed it. Aussie chick, this needs to push back up into the 9.4s or 9.5s. That's why I said 9. I always go high. You guys, you need to start putting orders in high, not so down low, or put multiple in there. Because you're going to, I mean, look at TDIC when I got filled at 387. No one else really got filled because I put mine up so high. When we're bullish like this, you have to put them higher. You have to put them higher. You can put them down low too. They probably won't get filled though. Again, people come over like myself that I was about to do on AIO. And what? They market order in. That's more newbies, right? I'm saying I was going to do it because I couldn't put limit orders in. But you got so many newbies. Oh, fire away, fire. You know, they're doing fucking Butthead, Beavis and Butthead. They're just, literally, they're about as smart as Beavis and Butthead too. And they're just fucking firing market orders away. It's crazy to see that traders. I mean, I was there. You know, I used to trade that way, mostly with a pin, or what's it called? Paper trading. Gotcha thing. Yes, but yeah, always. Yeah, that was it. Now it has to move back up into this area for you to trust this area again. Same thing here for AIIO. The fact that it's moved back into the 5s, I'll trust this 420 area yet again. I cannot believe this play is running $1. I called it. I called this fucking play out. I would be in this play still right now. Oh, that hurts so fucking bad. Damn it. I'd be done for the day. All right, QUCY. It's now over to you, baby girl. Are you going to give me what I want? Are you gonna give me what I want? QUCY. Let's go to it real quickly for time. 16 after and 8 seconds. Price, $3.43. Tops is halted. Oh boy. That's a shipper play. That's nothing too crazy. I don't know why it says it's halted, because I don't know why it's halted, but whatever, it is halted. Anyway. Woo, saddle. Look at saddle. Well, I guess I should have taken the 9. It hit 901, 901, and 902. I don't know that I would have even gotten filled Aussie chick, because I probably would have had an order like right at 9 and then down into 890 and then another one like at 880. It's probably what I had my orders where I would have had them at, or maybe like 897. So I would not have been filled on this. I know I would have not have. I probably, just because of me and numbers, I would have had one high, but not high enough in this case. Now we know we can trust 9 again. SATL. Bounce plays, team. We're killing it today. I mean, right at 9 for saddle. AAIO here at the 420 mark. We're going to see if we can get one here on QUCY at 3. QUCY should be opening up again at 16 after, 8 seconds. Pretty much small gap up. Very small gap up, 347. 3 is the area that I want to go long ASAP-a-rooney. The snail moving too, snailing around. Slow and steady snail. Yeah, not my cup of tea. But AIO is, QUCY is, and now saddle is starting to move into my harbor. My harbor! Come on over here. I love this song. One particular harbor. God, what a great song. And that's what we're going to be singing right now, my friends and family. Let's go to it. All right, let's do it. Come on. Ooh, saddle moving. Saddle moving, baby. It's a moving, baby. QUCY opening up at 350. Let's go. That's right, baby. QUCY pie halted down. Yow! Staying away from that one. Nine. 9 bounce. Saddle. All right, come on. Come on.
There's this one particular harbor.
Love this song. Love some Buffett. QUCY gapping up. Small gap up. 350 gap up price for QUCY. Very micro gap up. Not getting gap ups today with halts. Just not happening. Ugh. Hold on, guys. I gotta let my dogs out. They're being... This is... Oh! I want to yell at Avery, but I can't. I'll be right back, guys. All right, back in the office. I'm going in and out just so you guys know. But what time does this go live? 21 after and 8 seconds. 21. Wait. All right, I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Yeah, it's like second wave. Spy up, spy good. I'm glad I called normal low of day right on the dot so far. I nailed that low of day on the dot, baby. You wanted levels, I gave them to you. Yeah, just second class, second wave here. First class was, I mean, they would sleep till 11. I'm not kidding. You would be like, you'd feel bad. You'd be like, it's like a double whammy where you're like, they're so sleeping. So like, I literally, like, Bella's gone. Deuce, or Groot, I should say. Groot, Bella. Ava's gone. But Rue over here. Even the little dogs have now pulled into what, like, so point being our newer Great Dane. You know, they're like, it's like second wave. You know, of course, we've had dogs pass, so we've gotten more dogs. And that's why we're like, why did we do that to ourselves? We should have just had a dogs pass. Oh no, QUCY! QUCY here, going for a gap up, going for a halt up here. QUCY, here we go. Whoa, 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 QUCY here, going. QUCY here, oh my gosh, yo, QUCY. QUCY halted up right into a gap up, or right into a halt up there. Right into a halt up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, Paula, that sucks. That sucks, Paula. All right, I just jumped into QUCY long, too, as well, just to see if we get another gap and go. So we'll see if we get one more halt and go. I tried to get in earlier. I didn't. I was just yapping it up, bitching about my damn dogs. All right, so I did get in right before it halted up. At 404 is my entry price. So we'll see if we get one more round to go here for QUCY, going back into yesterday's chart, because we're getting over it now. That's the main reason why I'm trying to take this. See if we don't start really ripping right here. There's no chart behind it, so QUCY is rocking and rolling, and I just jumped in for the gap and go. See if we get more of that momentum. But anyway, our old school dogs, they would sleep till like, it would be like noon, and you feel back because they're out. But you're like, man, we got to let the dogs out. Like, they haven't been out all day. And now they're all like, we got to get like 8:39. Like, if I don't let them out by 8:39, they'll like, but here's what's weird. If we're sleeping like on a Saturday or Sunday together, they'll sleep like with us zonked out till like 10 o'clock in the morning. But when I'm gone, or when Avery's gone, it's just me. If I don't let them out by 8:39, someone's gonna shit or piss, and it's like they're throwing a fit or something. I'm like, old school dogs would be like, oh sweet, mom's gone, dad. Like when it was me, they were out. It was almost like, oh, it's just dad. Now they're like, dad. Darn, missed the bounce near 105. Oh, HCWB, did that get a bounce play back down below too? Nice. Are we getting some bounce play? Spy, beautiful. Bottom low, HCWB, missing this one. Yeah! HCWB at 105, baby! We're killing the bounce plays today! HCWB, give it to me! Called it out! HCWB, baby! Let's go! Oh, man. Oh, yeah, my orders! Oh, yeah! Damn, I didn't get filled! How did I not get filled? What's the low there? No! I had 105 on the dot. I should have done 107. I almost did 107. And it's halted up. No! No! Oh, I'm like, man, I was like, oh, I missed AAIO because I missed it by like 30 seconds because I went to go potty. And then I missed this guy. Oh, how did I not get Phil? How did I not get Phil? No. Oh, you dirty bastard, you little dirty scoundrel. You dirty, rotten, whatever. Yeah, 7 is my favorite number, but here I went, I cannot believe I didn't do, I thought about it doing 107 because of this week right here was 106. I'm like, well, I'll go above it. And I did 105 because I put my orders, the reason I did 105, and I'll tell you why. The reason I did 105 is because I actually had orders all the way down to this 97-cent mark. And I should have done 107, really probably should have done 110. I should have done off of this pre-market high at 110. And then all the way down to this mark. Because this area just looks so good now. Yeah, this is what we always bring up on those live streams with Steve. And Steve was like, yep. You know, he always agrees. Like, I just am the bounce. I just watch them all the time. I just know. It's what I do. It's my fucking job. I should know where bounce plays are going to be at, right? If that's me. Like, hey, let's put the bounce professor in. You know, like it's a... You know, what's this, a sport, right? I'm like, oh, where's the bounce guy at? We need him in. They're like, Josh! Like, get in! We need a bounce play! All right, I'm up, coach. Hold on. All right, okay, what time is this going to resume at here? All right, we have 4:23 resumption price, and we have 4. We have 26 after and 24 seconds. So 26 after and 24 seconds right now, a minute from now, essentially, a little less than a minute from now, resumption time, 26:24. And the price says 425. So right away out of the gate, like always, I'm going to take half. So as soon as this goes live, I'm going to take half. And then see if we don't get the halt strategy to work out and we hit off of this 403 mark, yesterday's high of day, and shoot into another halt up. All right, we're going into another 10-minute halt here. It looks like. All right, I'm going to go let the dogs that are still out back in, okay? So let me go outside. I'm just making sure it isn't going live out of nowhere. We've seen that even as well. All right, let me go let some of the dogs back in. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right. Here we go, here we go, here we go. How are we already an hour after the opening bell? Gee golly, time is flying. Pi halted up! Pi halted up! Boy, what a day we're getting here. What a day we're getting here. We're going to go QUCY here. We're going to go pi here. If I can type in pi. Wow. Did anyone ever get, I don't know if you, someone was trying to get filled in that area. Who was it? God, beautiful there. Someone who was Paula. Beautiful. Look at that. Bounce plays, baby. We're the bouncers. We are the bouncies. The bouncyatos. All right, showing 4:30 resumption price, 31.24. 31.24, a little over a minute from right now. Ooh. HCWB, what a move, baby. I can't believe I didn't get filled on that one either. AIIO, another good one here. Pi's halted up. All right, 31.24. 31.24. All right. QUCY again. Here we coming live pretty soon here. Showing a little bit of a gap up. There we go. Taking some profit there up top. There we go. Still in this play. There we go. Like that. Like it. Like it. Like it. Here we go. I'll sell 100 at high of day. We're running into the LULD right here. About to halt up again. Exactly like I thought we would. Let's go! In 3, 2, 1. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Bam! All right, let me go get the rest of the dogs inside. I'll be right back in here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go! What's up, Smoke Tuna? Still around? What, I don't know. It's called Great Gatsby. Great Gatsby. I don't know who makes it though. It's a great. Enjoy. Pure Enjoy. INJOY. Enjoy. I don't think it's gonna work. Josh ETB already changed the 10-cent 30-second rule. I don't think they have yet. They would have let us know. They would let us know, my love. It should be coming soon because I told them they need to do a, whenever they tell all these changes they're talking about, we've got to promote it. I know I've teased it and I wasn't supposed to, but they need to do some real. It would be so cool to have whoever, Money Mitch, since, whoever wants to be first, right? And be like, so who's ready for June 1st? Because we have big things coming for Trade the Pool. And then it's the next person, all these different, and then it ends with Michael Katz. And now, hey! What the? Okay, see? Oh my God. This is why I can't wait for the next house. There will be no dogs. None of you. None of you. Indica? No, Indica? Well, I guess to slow me down, right? No, I don't, no, I'm usually a sativa person. I want more energy, and I want to keep going. Indica's great for at night. Now, there's certain ones that work for me and certain ones that I'm anyway. And I think a lot of that could be even in your brain, where you're like, this is supposed to put me to sleep. Hold on, let me just check this real quick. All right, we have QUCY 36 after 49 seconds. 36 after and 49 seconds, 473 resumption price. That's not what I want to see. I want to see another gap up, but it is the third halt up. So what I'm going to do, as soon as this goes live, if it is going to open up right out of the gate, I'm getting out of it anyway. But if it opens up sideways, I have 100 shares to get out. So essentially I have 400 shares left, right? 400 shares left. And I'm looking to get out 100 shares at a time until I get to 100 shares. Unless this continues to climb, which I'd love it to. I've got an okay entry, but this could also, this could come right back flying back on down. There's no reason for this to be pumping up right now today. It's just continuation and momentum from what we've had through the last few days. So if we open up sideways, I'm going to double pump this thing. I'm going to go boom, 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 out. So down to 200 shares. And that way, if I need to, if this starts flying into a halt down, because then we could go in halts down. And I'm not going to trade the halts down because this could still go back up. So let's see here. If we go live here, where do we get? Gap up or not? Regardless, I'm getting out 100 shares no matter what. Yep. I'm going to take it right there. Go to 50. Come on. Give it to me. Come on, give me one more push. I'm not liking this. It needs to push now. I'm going to take 50. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm going to take 50 more. So I'm going to hold this 150 here to kind of trigger my way out the rest of the way. Come on, soak back up. Soak back up. Get to the 470s. Soak back into the 470s. I need you back in the 70s. Back below 30, I'm going to start cutting more. If we get back below 430, all right, I'm cutting them. I'm starting. It's got to hold this open. I'm down to 50 shares now just to kind of see if this rolls out. I'm going to go down to 25 shares a piece to sell out. Yep. Out. Yeah, Tuna, I love the actual flower. The only reason I'm having this in here, it's a hybrid. Actually, it's a hybrid now that I see this. It's because I haven't got to smoke real flower today. Yeah, see J-Web, somewhere like that where it does the same thing to everybody. Just like my mom now. My mom, she smokes. She's like, I only do it at night. She's like, oh, she even a girl, one of my friends, she was making fun of me the other day. Same way, she was like, I was smoking. She's like, how are you smoking and doing that? I'm like, you know me. I'm a trillion miles an hour. This ain't doing nothing to this brain. All right, so let's look at the field orders here. Be interesting to see. All right, 460. Hey, not bad for the day. 466.50. I'll take it. Jumped in 1,000 shares. Probably shouldn't have double tapped that 250 too early. I should have known it was holding. It was going to rip up. This is where I wish I would have held that and then sold 250 at 473. Then given me, a little extra firepower for afterward, which really in the end wouldn't have mattered too much. But the 250 at 473 at the halt up price would have been much better and definitely brought in more profit. Regardless, still good profit for a Friday. And I got to play. I missed out on 2. One I called out and just didn't get back in the saddle for that I was going to have to market order in because of the halt. Missed it. Limit orders didn't get filled. I did cancel them, by the way, just so you know, just recently. At HCWB at 105, should have done 107. Regardless, still would have sucked. Only got filled one allotment at 107, but still called it out. Money. Called out 9. Didn't take it. Money. So finally, I get in on the motherfucking action, man. I said, I just got to jump in here. If it doesn't come back down to 3, luckily, I would have jumped in sooner, most likely. But regardless, I'll still take the halt up price. And I get in at 404 and, take some profit there. Hey, and I do get out at 420. How funny is that? AUUD. PIOP. Oh, we got to go back to this real quickly. Got to go back. HCW. Which one should we get rid of? I think Saddle's about done. I'll go back to the pie sauce. Pie's moving pretty sexy. Pie's moving pretty good. AUUD's trying here. It's trying to gear up. Brain fart. The ask is to the yes. Brain fart. The ask is to go long limit order on the T2. There's no buy limit. Like on TOS, just buy bid and buy ask. Right, so you buy whichever one you want. The bid's where you'd want to get in at, though. You'd want to try to get on the bid if you could. But if you market ordered in, you get in on the ask. But you do what you want. I mean, that's why I don't... Well, that's 1 cent right now. But usually most plays we're trading, like if you go to HCWB, there's a 1 cent spread. If you go to PIII, there might be a few cent spreads. Saddle, very small spread. AIIO at times bigger, but it's not like it's... so, but yes, that's the truth. Yeah, I'm very, very simple with Trade the Pool, right? I'm not trying to, I don't like their platform, and I can't, no offense that they have their issues with it. It is their baby though, but yeah, it's just something I haven't, befriended so much, so to speak. And I'm very simple with it, as you can see. I either market order in on these plays that I have to on these, and I get great fills, so I'm happy about that. And then same with the bounce plays. Usually we get great fills. So I just put limit orders in that case. So it's very easy, in my opinion, to use them. So I just keep it very caveman-like. Yes, exactly, Aussie chick. All right, I'm going to go let the last dog in, Miss Margot. Hold on 1 sec. Forgot about Einstein. This guy, he's our 16-year-old. He will sit there and sleep under my cover in my spot on the bed for ever. Like I was like, oh, I forgot about Einstein. Paula, Josh, at Reload, did you answer my question or the rules? Yes, I've already answered that. Or I literally answered it right after, at least I thought you saw, at least asked it anyway. Petey, no. Get out of here now. Go. No. Quit sitting on people's beds. You're on your own bed. God, he is getting so stubborn. Why are you so rude? Good God, that guy. So he just went over. Rue's like covered, like she's under a cover, Rue is. And that's who we went and laid on. That's where he heard that noise a minute ago. It freaked Rue out, and she made it a freak out noise. And that's what he does. He literally about did it again. Then he was going to go to Domino's bed and try to sit on her. I'm like, these beds are taken. He was literally on a bed out. That guy has gotten so stubborn. Yes, Paula, yep. We will let you guys know, obviously. It's not like it's going to be a secret. Not going to be a secret. At least not in my book. At least not in my book, my man or my lady. Yeah, so yeah, you will know when it happens. When everything... Because like I said, it's one of those things that I want to make sure that we're doing moving forward is I want to create these cool. I just think there's a lot of things we can do. We'll do moving forward that I'll be able to help out on with them. That I am going to start helping out more with them with stuff. So yeah, we'll definitely let you guys know when we start doing all that stuff. You will know. We will let you know. $8 area is still pretty sexy here for Pi. I do like that. Still looks pretty good down for Pi. Let's go back through the rest of these tickers. Yeah, I know, Paula. And like I said, and there's going to be the new platform that we're going to move to that you guys are going to be very happy with. So, and I'll make sure we do like a post. Apple moving back up to all-time highs here in the 300s. I'm going to start going through large caps too as well. Apple moving back up to all-time high area. Really strong resistance at 301. I didn't think this play had that much gas in it today. We'll see if we have 301 strong resistance here. I'm going to start going through some large caps. Yeah, we'll definitely let you. We'll let you know. I want to do cool little posts that I think we should be doing, involving more of the streamers, in those kind of posts and updates and things along the line. Yeah, it was one earlier. I pulled up. I think it was Pi. I pulled up one of them earlier and I couldn't trade it. I forgot. Well, where I had to reshut the platform down. So I was like, well, I'm not trading that. Obviously, I think it was Pi possibly, but yeah, it's goofy that you have to do that. It's just and the main thing what they want to do down the line, and so it eases up all their customer service issues that I say I'm essentially part of the company that we go through is stuff that you traders go through on the platform. That's where all their issues come through, and yeah, so they're going to try to make it as if you were at a true bad. They want to make it just like you're at a broker, and so they're really going to try to go as clean as they can to make it like, hey, just go trade, But yeah, we need to do I want to do a post ahead of time. I mean, I say ahead of time, but 2 weeks, a month in advance, and have multiple posts that we do, that lead up to it, and say, hey, do not forget tomorrow, and have anyone like that, and then today's the day, trade away. What's up, Samuel? Do you like a short on Poet? Yeah, that's a good name here recently. Of course, I've been so into these volatile movers like QUCYs of the world. Oh yeah, Sailing Girl. You need levels on NQ because hey, baby girl. Dun 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 dun. So many of my futures traders out there, look at this. I only have 2 lines in. Look how perfect. Now, we didn't get the bounce here, but we did get the reversal back off this crack area. And then, of course, you see now that we're failing at this line. So, pretty sexy. Pretty sexy there. Let's go to Poet. All right. What do you want to short on? Yes, there you go. Sam, do you like a short? Do I like a short? It's in a range right now. You can see it's off of yesterday's real low support area right there in market and that pre-market bull flag. Bouncing off of that and really finding this consolidation sandwich area from yesterday, old support. Now, I know we have the spike through it, but there's a lot of failing here, and then you start bouncing off of it, off this area, and then boom, now you respect it today. So you're really in between this 19 and 17 mark, so I'll zoom in a little bit further. Yeah, this looks actually now a continuation down. Now it's kind of like scalpier type of move, or you've kind of, you're just jumping in with momentum. I'd wait for maybe to add in if we get confirmation, once this candle confirms in a larger time frame, but we are cracking this small support area. Overall in this little M shape, and what a downtrend. So, you connect the dots there, boop, 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 and this downtrend moving down. Really doesn't seem to have anything to hold us up to around 1770. I would say if we crack 18, not that it's really showed much respect here, but it does seem like we're going to crack back down to this area, and we might even go further down to this area. So it does look in a nice little bear state right now, yeah. For sure. And just overall with that downtrend, I mean, how long does it last? Could last all day. But this isn't a nice downtrend. Could form, that overall M, which this M's gotten a little dicey up top. SLE fake out, looks like retest. Let's go. That's SLE. That's Super League. We've looked at Super League for the longest time. For the longest time. Oh, man. All the damn songs are coming to my head. There's a nice good 301 fail there for Apple. J-Web just gave you $1 reversal. I know it's still kind of holding up pretty nicely there, but 301, nice resistance on Apple. Waiting to see if we get our next move here. I would take one more trade, go small. Winning 1,000 shares. I really wish I would have jumped in 2K. Then I would have made about 900 a day, obviously, and then I would, and, just trusting this a little more, but we haven't had too much to trust. But the one thing I did trust is just my gut instinct, which is as soon as I see this, decent sized gap up, which for me is good enough, and the gap and go, I'm like, okay, that's pretty nice. I'm going to jump in. And the main reason why is we're right at yesterday's high, thinking like, we'll probably get one more gap up around the same size. The ones that go in half would be like if you have a $3 gap up, you might have $1.50 to $2 after that. You might not get 3 after that. It's either the rules. It's one or the other, which is funny. On the opposite ends, it's never like this where it's the same over and over. If you get those supernova movers that are usually over $10, $15, like we've seen the TCGLs of the world, right? That go like, they start having bigger gap ups like $3 and $4. It's either that where they have bigger gap ups and it just goes nutsos, or you have them where it like gaps up from 18 to 21 and then it goes in another halt up at 22.50 and then it gaps up. The first gap up was $3. The next one will be like $1.50 or $2. And then the next one's like 50 cents. And then you're like, okay, third halt up, gap ups are getting smaller. You can tell the momentum's starting to get a little lower. And then you can start to look. That's why here, third halt up, I got this exactly what happened to me right here, essentially. Now we're halted down. Did perfect taking profit. Otherwise, I would have been flat if I would have held the remaining shares, which again wasn't much as I was coming back down. Again, while I was firing all those missiles up top as much as I had left there to get the profit. And getting close to top ticketing at 484. So 9 cents from high of day. I'll take that any day of the week. And again, that's where down the line, that's where I need to learn to start. That's where the short's coming in. I'm like, okay, this is going to lose momentum. Let's just take all of it. Why don't I look to maybe take a short to the downside possibly? But still, this is something I'm not comfortable with and do all the time. It'd be something I do years down the line when I'm not streaming live and I'm just going to be like, oh yeah, I killed that today. Let me just try this now, And I'll have like a eval or something like that or whatever that I start, testing that on. Oh, A-I-O, A-I-I. I keep messing that up. A-I-I-O, yes. A-I. All these are still in watch from earlier. They're lingering. Like right here, there goes Pi. It is bouncing at 9 now and not 8. So we're getting 2 good bounce plays at 9 today. And I've got AUUD on watch. So that did come back down. Has a great bottom support area right at 190 today. Does AUUD. SLE's working its way back on up. Still waiting to see if AIIO can ramp up here. Choo-choo. And I was saying if I was to take one more trade, I'd probably only go like maybe 500 shares. Maybe even only 250. Not really wanting to run. I'm usually just a one trade. It has to be something super sexy. Pi is halted up though. How about this play? Doing nothing in pre-market. Earnings from after hours did look good. Moved as in like the move looked good, but then we did nothing after that. And you can see, look at that, just flat through here. I know. I'm gonna let you out just a few. Okay, Bobo. Why are you? This is the one. This is my precious. I love Einstein. Of course, he's like one of our OGs. He's freaking 16. I love you, mister. This one I never get mad at. Me and Avery are always just like, whatever. Like, sometimes because he's old, he'll just walk. We think we've let him, like, he's been out, right? And we're like, because he sometimes will just sit there and do, anyway, he's old, so he doesn't do a lot. And we're like, he's been out with the other ones. Anyway, every once in a while, you'll hear it too. He'll be walking around. He's got to get his steps in. It's so fucking cute. He does this every day. Not that but every once in a while, you'll hear it, but we'll hear it behind us because we have a runner. And on the runner, all of a sudden you'll hear him peeing on it. We're like, oh, Einstein. It's funny. We don't ever get mad. We're like, oh, hold on, we're coming. And he's like real slow. He's like a little like a tortoise. I mean, you should see him walk. It's the cutest, funniest thing. Like, but he got it every day. Every day, he does it 3 or 4 times a day. He'll get up and just walk around. Maybe probably more than that because how often I'm up walking around doing stuff. He'll just follow you into the kitchen or he does it on his own. We'll be like Saturday, chilling, like our days that I am sitting and chilling. Saturday, Sunday, like for the first, at least for 9, 10, 11, noon, somewhere in there. It's Dad's Day Off, as we're calling it now. It's called Dad's Day Off. Anyway, and I'll get because of the dogs too, and they know because I'll raise my voice like I would at kids. I'm like, sit fucking down, and then Avery will be like, Dad's Day Off, guys. And she starts laughing. Anyway, and so, but he'll get up, like it'll be like 11:30, and then he'll get up and just and walks into the kitchen, comes back out, and then walks into the, back down like into the office area, comes back out, acts like he's gonna go back and lay in his bed that's in front of the TV, and I'm gonna go. It's so fucking cute. But he does that multiple times. And my point being, like, you'll be in the kitchen eating something or cooking, and of course, he's right there behind you. His side is just shot anymore, and so you bump into him all the time. You're like, I'm sorry, Einstein. Then you were like, and the other dogs were like, get out of the way, I'm cooking. Avery's like, get out of the kitchen, because they're always like, what are you cooking? And of course, Great Danes, 4 of them. So we have a gate that we usually put up if it's like Avery's like, put the gate up. But yeah, Einstein, you just never know. And you're like, oh, and we're always saying with Sonny, well, we say we're sorry to him. We're sorry, buddy. We don't mean to bump into you. He's in heaven, though. Well, my Einstein. All right, so halted up here. Let's go over to Pi 1031 resumption price. So again, not getting really. I got the one play that was getting gap and goes today. Perfect. This works out ideally. Does it happen all the time? And I was a little worried, to be honest, just because we haven't had this perfect gap go system. Only reason I did it was continuation, right? You just go back and look at the charts and the tickers that we've been looking at, and what is it? Just a continuation move, and we're halted up right there. I'm like, man, I got to take this. It's just gapped up, and it ran immediately into another halt up. And every time I see that, like my gut said, I immediately pulled the trigger, and all I had was 1,000 up there, and I was like, well, 1,000, that's what it's gonna be then, Josh, because what I wanted was it for it to go live like it did. Oh, relax. And if it shot down fast enough, I was either going to market order in 1,000 because I didn't want to try to double tap 500, or if it held up long enough, I was going to trust it and put in 1,000 shares and then maybe another one. Like I was going to try to go a little heavier on it. It looked juicy. But regardless, when I see the gap up and we immediately go into a halt up, and I just like, whoa, yeah, and I just immediately I got to pull the trigger. I couldn't help. I just immediately bought in, anticipating exactly what we got there. So this is exactly what I'm looking for. This is A1A, my halt strategy gap and go system. This is it. If we got this every day, you wouldn't, well, we'd do this for fun. I mean, I wouldn't do it for much longer. We'd do it until we were like, all right, who isn't having money for a yacht yet? And then I'm like, all right, until that, or super car, whatever the thing they want, whatever that number is, when everyone gets there, I'm done. And we're all going to just go continue to do this. But yeah, if we got this every day, I mean, literally imagine you get this every day. And then the platforms where you can sort, like you just anticipated this, and you can surround this area with orders that get filled. If you don't, as soon as this candle turns green and engulfs, like in 2021, and Paulo remembers, I was buying as soon as this candle turned green. Like as soon as I saw this come down and go up, I was sitting on TOS, just like this, ready to rock and roll and buy. Like as soon as I saw this come down, I had limit orders already set in, and if they didn't hit, as soon as this went back up and turned green, I am buying. Man, look at this. Now about to halt down again. Makes me want to chase this, but I'm not going to. That could get a gap down. That's a lot of selling, and look how much. Look at all those orders. Oh no! Whoa! Some buying at the last second. Someone resurrected this. Wow, there were some big green orders. You saw those come in. I cannot believe someone said, I'll take it. I'll take it at 320. Someone with big cojones said, I'll take a 320 buy. And now they're out. Like they probably just got in 5, 10, 15, 20,000 shares, whatever it was there, to stop that market or that LULD from getting hit and slapped. Because the market makers give it about 15 seconds and to see if someone wants to come in and grab some of those shares. And well, someone had some big cojones, man. And that's exactly why I'm glad I didn't chase. Now, see, now he's out. He's taking his quick 10 cent, 15 cent profit. Well, he didn't care. He's like, hell yeah, I'm out. He might have some remaining shares, but probably not many. And now he's leaving this to all the little minnows. The big shark came in, took a big-ass chunk out of the well, and some pieces fell down. And now all like, oh, there goes the big shark. All right, now is our time to go eat. Now it's our time to eat. There's some crumbs falling off of him. Nothing here. Right back on down for Pi. So nothing but flat face for Pi. Let's go to a 3-minute time frame for HCWB. Been running long enough in pre-market for that. Same thing here, honestly, for AIIO. Nothing so far since QUCY. Boy, Apple's really strong up in this 300 mark. It's trying to break here. Had about a point reversal back into 301. It's holding 300 though, strong. So yeah, Aussie Chick, yeah, you got to see him waddle around in New Orleans. I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot to say that some people have actually seen a lot of these dogs. They're great dogs, trust me. All of our dogs are great. They just are a little. These are a little needier than the first wave. There's still first wave in here, like Einstein. He's not needy at all. Like this dude literally would have been in my bed till who knows how long. Until finally, I was like, and he'll do it every once in a while because it was recently on a weekend. Avery was like, "Oh, Einstein." I was like, "Oh yeah." We were both like, "Oh yeah." Or no, I think it was a day I had been a day out because she said, "Oh, Einstein." It was a day. It had been a day I was going live. You know, it had been a weekday because she was the one that said, "Oh, Einstein." I was like, "Oh yeah, he'll stay back there forever." I mean, because what I do is when I get up, most of the time is I'll pull him underneath. And that, if I don't, he'll go there. But today I'll pull him underneath like because I have like a nice, good, comfy white. It's like a down. It's like the things you get in the nice hotels, the big, I say thick, but it's thick, but it's soft. Anyway, and it's not too hot, it's breathable. Anyway, I'll put him underneath that. Oh, he's out. And he is. I put him in my spot and then you put him in underneath that thing and he's gone. He's out. What's up, D-Rider? How we doing, bro? But yeah, Einstein's awesome. 16 rocking. Said he's 16, bro, huh? What's up, bro? I'm doing great. Got my QUCY win. You know, got in on the halt up right here, playing my halt strategy, brother. So there's my entry price. You can see there, 404. And then rode that sucker up. Of course, got out like I always do, really right out of the gate. You know, limit some risk there. Went in 1,000 shares. I should have held after, you know, quick whipped and came up because it wasn't there too long. But boom, took some. And of course, you can see some profit at high of day area. Quite a bit at high of day area. And then it started whipping back on down and took some before it halted down. And then really could have went short, honestly. But just want my one trade on a Friday. Rocking with old Einstein in my lap. Huh, Einstein? Einstein. Surprised your tongue's not out, mister. I love you. Oh, I love this kid. Uh-oh, here comes Apple. All-time highs are coming, it looks like. D-Rider back to it. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Yo, whoa, hold on. Got stuck in 3 halts? What are you going? You going long? You going short? What are you trading there, brother? I traded once. I went in. Hey, I turned my AK-47 into a sniper rifle, okay? I turned my AK-47 into a sniper rifle. You're fine. Hey, everyone get comfy. I'm chilling. He's still a hairy old fool, that's for sure. You're a hairy little sucker. Oh, I love you. Oh, yeah, I got stuck in the 3 halts up. Oh, you were shorting it? Where did you short? So you shorted it is what I'm thinking? Where did you short it at? It's long, my man. You got to be long on these plays. 5 natural resistance would have been a nice call there on QUCY. Oh, you were long. Oh, well, shit, you weren't stuck in it. That's a good thing. You should say, making it sound, when you say stuck, that makes it sound like you were going short. And you were stuck in a hole. Hey, again, working with hundreds and now thousands of traders that I've talked to going live since 2020. And that's 6 years. I've been going live for 6 years now. May of 2020 is when I first started going live. And again, the lobby that I used to stream live at, you can go look it up, tradecaster.com. Go look to tradecaster.com. Go look up Sean Deckmar. I grew up in that lobby, and I became essentially, if he was the king, I was the prince, and I was the right-hand dude. He was like, hey, and I was, of course, my broadcast journalism background. And I wanted to go live on Friday afternoon. He went live Monday through Friday. Monday through Thursday, he did morning, and then he took a break at lunch, and he did the afternoon, and then Friday, he just did the morning. I said, let me do an afternoons, man, on Friday. Kept bugging about it. Finally, in May, he said, you want to go live on tomorrow? It was like on Thursday out of nowhere, and I was like, yeah. Oh, yeah, let's do an afternoon, man. Thank you, finally. He's like, no, I got to go. He had to do something. He's like, I need you to go live all day. And I was like, hold on, I got to open the joint up. Oh, man, I was so nervous. I couldn't get any sleep that night. I mean, I did fine, obviously. And it was like that on Fridays for me for a while. And then he's like, hey, I like that. You want to just go live for me? And he started paying me. And that was where we're at 1,000 people. And then we got up to where it was like at times at our peak in 21 into 22, you would see like 2,000-3,000 viewers in his lobby and where I was going live at for him. And then 2021, I got my own. And I'd get up to, when he was gone, I'd have almost 1,000 come over to my lobby at times. And so, yeah, and you should have seen the chat. I mean, I don't know if you were on that Trade the Pool stream the other day, the Monday after hour stream. I think you can go rewatch it. I think it will show you real-time comments back. Anyway, you go watch that. That was like a normal day at Tradecaster back in the day. Like normal. There were days where I'm not kidding you, bro. Someone would put a comment in and it was gone before you could blink an eye. I mean, it was like watching Trader TV, essentially. It was like watching Trader TV. That would be a good example of it. Like you were just like, I mean, yeah, so those were the good old days. Taquito that you'll see when you see the name Taquito over on the TTP stream. When you see the name Taquito, and he'll come over from time to time here. He's been around forever watching me on YouTube when I would go live on Fridays for free on YouTube and pull, like when I was on Tradecaster. But when he had a lobby for a minute at Tradecaster. But yeah, so it was like free agency last summer. So last, literally, and then going back to now just anniversary stuff, a year ago right now, which was funny how it started in May and it ended in May essentially. But May of last year, he pretty much let everybody know he was, because there were other people that he kind of paid a little bit too. He paid me the most. And I appreciate it. Like, he gave me a starting ground and paid me. It was awesome. But anyway, he's like, I'm done. He's got to the point where he's just done doing that. He's going to try to make Tradecaster like the Twitch of stock trading and build these rooms and different traders. But then he realized he was going to have to pay them. And that costs money. He was growing viewers for a while, but then he stopped growing viewers anyway. And so it was just one of those things where, anyway, it was a good idea. It just didn't come to fruition fully. Tequila. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, Einstein, man. He was my little... I love my man. Michael, man. So you hopefully made some good money, man. I'm done. Yeah, I don't see anything else happening. By now, we might see that lunch break that we've been getting. But I'm going to definitely here in just a second be like, hey, this is it. I don't see anything else. I don't see anything else that could possibly happen in today that I like to trade. I'm already longer than I thought I would be. And I missed 2 trades. I called this play out, the 420 bounce on AIIO, if you're just joining me. It was halted down. I went to go get a hat, blah, 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 blah. And I came back and it already came live and I missed this dip and rip. So that would have been a dollar. That would have been a banger. I had orders in on HCWB at 105 down to I think my lowest order was 97. And I should have done 107, but anyway, I missed this by a hair as that went back on up. And so I've definitely, and there was a saddle, I called the saddle bounce play at 9. So there was definitely, it was like one play after another, and then finally nailed it. And so that's why I kind of, you think about that, like, well, you really right now could have been, it should have been like 2 for 2 or 3 for 3 already. And I even said after this, I probably would have been done after that, because that boom and went to a halt up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I was wanting to get in right there, because it was halted down. And so, okay, I'm going to take a quick little break, put my hat on, yada, yada, yada. I'll be right back on the mic. And, man, I missed it about 20 seconds, and it comes ripping back on up. And no. And I remember saying, like, hey, if I would have hit that, I'd probably been done for the day. But it's all good. And I missed this one because it just didn't hit my orders. And then, anyway, finally fired missiles away on this gal. Gad, I'm glad you caught it earlier. All right. Any questions anybody else have out there? Any questions you guys want to go over? Let me know right now. I will go live for a couple more minutes before taking a break and letting Mr. Einstein out to go pate. Mr. D. Ryder, Saline, Paula, Ingrid. Thank you, ladies, for coming over today. J. Webb, Smoked Tuna, if anyone's still around. I'm going to let Einstein out when I do. I'll come back in here. What I will do is let him out because he takes a minute. And then I'm going to look over large caps just to see what's going on there for fun. Daza, Crove earlier for coming over, James coming over earlier, Mo Ali coming over, Ted coming over from earlier. Max was here earlier in the day and let us know about Pi out of the gate, which was very nice. Nath was here earlier in the day. Civilized Citizen all the way from Melbourne, Australia. Oh yeah, oi oi oi. So yeah, I don't know if you saw that earlier, Ingrid, but when you saw that Wahab from Melbourne, there is someone in chat today that was with us today from Australia. I remember we did one-on-ones forever ago, and I think I hit up everybody's name that's been in chat today. And, of course, I'm sure there are wallflowers out there that may have not alerted or said something. Oh, good. Just watching today. Still here. A large crowd this morning. A little bit more people. Sounds good. Thank you. Exciting morning. Yeah, stars are good. They had a great day. I mean, this is exactly why I went live today. I'm glad I did now. Oh, sorry. And that startles Einstein when I go, my normal voice, and then I go to extra loud or a little louder. I mean, you know me, I'm a loud guy. Anyway, he'll be like, Dad, whoa, that scared me. Yes, he's in Melbourne. In Melbourne, these. Be a great day. This is exactly why I showed up, though. I was, again, you go to this time yesterday before AI. I mean, it was kind of getting to that point where, well, we're kind of dwindling back down again. But nope, we got some firepower, and we do even again today, and it proved that. From Pi, HCWB is still up 240%. Yeah, that's a crazy move. If you think about where that comes from yesterday at 33 cents. AIIO give us some love today again. QUCY, obviously, another good pop-up today. SLE, some slower movers. AUD wasn't bad. So, there was definitely been a slew of moves and then some really good ones. A couple of barn burners with HCWB and Pi as far as, having over 100% movers on the day. We got us a couple of them. Mr. Einstein. And that should be like, giveaways that I start doing from now on too. That should be another giveaway. What? And I've said it before, but why is Einstein's name Einstein? There are two reasons why. What are the two reasons we named Einstein Einstein? And this is where you put on the Jeopardy music. All right, any last questions? I want to take the break here. I say take the break. I'm going to let Einstein out. I'll come back in here and look over large caps with you guys for just a minute, see if we see anything out there, and then kind of run down the small cap plays for the day. Arr. Got a good win today. 466.50. I'll take that on a Friday. getting, a good chunk of majority of my shares at around about 30, 30 to 35 cents for round one. Another good portion, I got about 70 to then 80 cents on a good portion, and then still then some 15, 20 cents up where I was again. That's why I took that, because I want to make sure I get the 10 cents, the 10-cent rule, and that it's still in play. And yes, I cannot wait for the day that is gone. What's up, Giovanni? Because of beloved McFly. Oh man, Einstein. Oh McFly. No, well, it's very. You're in the ballpark. You're in the ballpark. Oh, don't bring up McFly though. I miss that guy. Now Einstein here. He's ancient. He is now the oldest in chat, aren't I? What is 16 in Chihuahua years? Like 85. It got to be at least 85-ish, right? 80, 85, 90, somewhere in that range. I'm surprised you can barely see it, but sometimes his tongue will be sticking out because he has no teeth. But it's the same area of McFly, yeah, or Doc. So you're on the right path for portion number one. No, two. Oh, Apple's still going. That's why that 301 was so key there. Now we're holding it and going. So 301 Apple, new high of day. Love this play. That looks good for large caps. Einstein. SLE. Every time I see SLE Super League, I just think of... and by the way, this is skaters. This is skate, right? But I just think of this is an off-brand Marvel's character company. Super League! Like Justice League. It's the off-brand, that's there at Justice League. Yeah. Saddle being good to me. Saddle. Oh, yeah, Saddle's another good mover today. Did you get back in? Oh, you did get in. Did you get in at 9? Because there was another dip back down at 9. I don't know if you market order in or just put orders in down there, Aussie chick. We're finding the good plays today. And hey, bounce plays. Bounce plays. Listen, if I could play a song without getting freaking copyrighted. But, there we go. We'll play this one. This is that. Bounce it. This will be Juicy J, Wale, Trey Songz. Bounce it, baby. Nice. Aussie chick had it surrounded. Pies halted up again. No, 10:25 showing a small gap up. 10:25, small gap up. 16 after and 20 seconds resumption time. 16 after and 20 seconds. Hey, we're still holding for QUCY here, so we're still holding. I love this. This is beautiful today. Huh, Einstein. But yeah, it's crazy to think how many dogs we named after Back to the Future. Or from characters from Back to the Future. But Einstein started it because of the dog. The dog on Back to the Future is named Einstein, if you do remember. And he kind of looks like Einstein. And that was the other reason why. And then, yeah, then McFly. And that just came out of nowhere. I have no idea why. I really can't remember where I came and why I came up with McFly. Because I think we were going with movie characters. And she said... I forgot what she said. And I said... I think maybe she said Marty. I'd have to ask Avery. And I'd have to ask her. Anyway. And yeah, it was McFly. And then once we were going to get Doc, and we got Doc, that was just like a no-brainer for us. Yeah, so at one point we had 3 after Back to the Future. We had McFly. Avery gets butthurt about that all the time. Misses, I mean, obviously I do too, but yeah, that was the best cat ever. I mean, best cat ever. Jake Profit at 9.4 area. And hopefully you've taken a little bit, maybe Aussie Chick, even at 9.25. But I'd say 9.25, 9.4, 9.6 are your target areas, okay? Pi, let's see again. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. I know it's like, yeah, every time I say a little something a little bit louder, he's like, Pi resumption time 10:30. Pi resumption time not 10:39 now. 10:39 price. Okay, so showing a bigger gap up here. One of this goes bananas. Let's see if it goes live at 16:20. If it does, I'll stick around for a second, or if it does, to see what happens. If it doesn't, it goes to a 10-minute halt. I'm gonna let Einstein out. I'm about to let you out, Biggie boy. I know you sit your handsome patient boy. This is what I'm saying. This guy's like, I'm just chilling. I'm doing so good. I love you so much, mister. This play is not done either. It didn't quite come to the first halt down and hold. It's pretty close to it. I know it's the halt there. It's 42, coming down to around 25. This one's definitely still in play for the rest of the day. AIIO looking like it's lost its luster. Still could look for a bounce play. I'm not going to down low, but if you want to, lower VWAP bands at 430. So again, I think this play just channels around. Could go for later, not right now. Mobs being pushed back to QUCY and Pi. AMD ARM, not too pretty there. What the ARM and B look fucking identical today. That's nuts. Go look at, I'll pull those up in a minute here. I think they'll have them up over here. When do we go live? Yeah, we're coming live soon. Let's see if we go live. Nope. Going to a 10-minute. All right, I'll let Einstein out. Yeah, I'll let Einstein out. I'll come right on back and show you what I see. We'll go a couple of large caps. Watch out, Biggie boy. All right. Woo! Here goes Apple. All right, so let's go through these real quickly here. Apple, barn burning. Let's just go back to the chart here so you can see what I was seeing. Right, fail. We go up to it today. If you go into a smaller time frame, we do the third touch fail, but we do the small pullback. So go into it, fail, but it's the micro one, and then slingshot up from it. Absolutely gorgeous here. And there's your 0250. Again, this now would be what? Watch for a micro pullback, consolidation, and move to 0350 at this point in the day. Now, just got to love how ARM, these are completely different sectors. One's an energy play and one's essentially a semiconductor chip play. Watch this chart. This is going to be nuts. Oh, you're stretching. Is that not crazy? I mean, almost identical chart right there. Not pretty charts. Nothing to trade. It just was going through the tickers. Oh, how did I do that? Goog here on the way up today. Nothing really too great. You could look for a crackback under this 293 or 393 mark. It is in this little downtrend, so I'd be careful with the bounce play there. You could go for a small one. Maybe it ends up being a better one for you and breaks the downtrend potentially. Under 93 for the short. Come here. Come here. Domino, can you not just lay down? I'll be done for too long, I promise. I'll hang out with you guys. Oh, Microsoft barn burner today. Barn burning today. All right, so this one's pretty good. I know. I love you. I know. I know you're big old girl. Let's not get the shirt though dirty. No, ma'am. Go. Go. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. Boy, you gotta have Great Danes. They'll be throwing boogers on you left and right. All right, resumption time 21:20 for Pi. Oh, it's showing 10.99. This one could get nuts. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I have the lunch recap too. I gotta kind of chill out for. I forgot about the lunch recap today. I'm just so used to Fridays throughout the years. You know me. I'm like, Friday, yeah, all right, I ain't doing shit. I'm gonna go live, take a trade. I'm out, and I'll come back, like intermittently throughout the day, and always in power hour for fun because gotta love talking food. No food talk today so far. We've had plenty of stocks to talk about. Usually, I can't believe I didn't talk hardly any food. No movies. No nothing. Just straight stocks, baby. We've been on fire. That girl is on fire. Oh, this looks pretty good for more continuation on down for MSTR. This looks nice, so watch for this descending wedge. This is that vortex I talk about, right, team? This is a vortex, like a tornado. If you zoom out of it, you see it now a little bit better, right? So it has a really tight wedge at the tip of it, right? This is either going to crack back and go for more. You're going to get the downtrend break and pop. So watch for that on MSTR. NVDA ugly. That's not really nice. PLTR, might as well throw up. Q's not really that great. SPY isn't on that great today either. I've noticed that. And Tesla, not that great. So really Apple and Tesla seem to be, or Apple and Microsoft seem to be your better movers of the day in the large cap sector. 0120, something like that's what I remember. Yeah, 0120, come on up. 11 resumption time. Holy bananas. What time is lunch? Yeah, so 1 p.m. Eastern. I have the lunch recap with Steve over on Trade the Pool. So go over there for sure. That's an hour and 40 minutes from right now. 1 hour, 40 minutes. Aussie chick, I said, hopefully you rewound the stream. I would imagine you did by now. I saw that you just said that. What I said was scaling out. And hopefully you have scaled out. Have you scaled out of saddle? SATL. Riding that saddle all the way to the haddle, baby. Oh my gosh. Oh, Huddle House back in the day. That was like the knockoff. There's probably still some Huddle Houses around. It's like the knockoff Waffle House. I always go Waffle House name. Oh, whoa! Big gap up. Juicy Joe's. Juicy Joe's! Hey, I'm leaving it alone. If it would have ran straight into another halt up like we saw here, I would have jumped in. It probably only would have been 25 shares because that's all I have typed because I'd had just enough time to probably type in PIIII, but yeah, we're not getting that. So now I know I can just be like, done. And this is where I'm like, literally, if I had a stamp in the book, Friday, May 15th is done in the books for AK-47. Prime Trading Investments, Josh Smith. It's done. I'm done. It's over for me. Still have 90 shares, yeah. Still have 90 shares, yeah. All right, so 925, 940, 96 areas are scale out zones for you, Miss Ingrid. Hopefully, Ingrid, I'll ask you this question. Ingrid, if you're in a 1 minute time frame, I just noticed this in a 1 minute time frame, do you see the uptrend channel that we're in? So I want you to see. I'm going to draw it in for you in a minute. I'm going to go get Einstein. And I want to see if you know what uptrend channel I'm talking about. I notice an uptrend that we are now currently in beautifully, making a snaking its way up. I want to see if you draw the same lines, and I'll be right back. a rock star, party like a rock star. P-I-I-I, doing its thing. I said I'm rolling up this chain, rolling up this chain. Oh, what's the one? Saddle. All right, we're at a 1 minute time frame so you can see it a little bit better here. And when you zoom out, you can really start to see this little snaky little uptrend channel that we're in. So you come in down here and you go boom, shakalaka, bam to bam, and then you put your line in like that, fried ham. Then what you can do is come all the way back here and watch how crazy this is. Boom, poof, 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 poof. And there you go. And then you can go, party like a rock star, party like a rock star. All right. That's it, though. There's your uptrend. Ah, Petey! God dang it. Get out of here, you damn stubborn son of a gun. No, that is not even a spot. It's not even a spot. Go. Quit being the most stubborn dog we've ever had. Door's shut now. I'm telling you. I mean, I wish y'all could see it. He literally will sit on a dog. And be like, I'm like, that's not a spot. You can't just lay on a dog. Like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? Oh, man. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's the worst when he does it to the little dogs. Like, he'll come over here in this blue bed. So have these dogs over here. Right here. And this blue bed, if they're in that, they'll, like, literally go try to lay on the dogs. I'm like, what are you doing? And usually there's like one or two that's in there, you know, they're like, and he's like, no, y'all, he's like, because he knows, like, it's like, he's almost like, no, y'all have that bed beside it where y'all go and lay, you know? And he'll go to just straight lay on him. And I'm like, Jack, you know, like, get up. And he's the sweetest, we call him Sweetie Petey, such a sweetheart. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Human, dog, nothing. Just nothing. He's the sweetest guy. But there's that. It's like, it's just stubborn. Just so stubborn. Like, what? Who? You were such a guru, Petey. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to move some things around. We're going to go apple. Check this out. We're going to go apple, pie, and then we'll go to QUCY down here. Just so we can be right above, or my P&L for the day is right above, so you guys can go, hell yeah, we got a good day for the day. And again, like I said, I just put this up at the end of the day. I don't never know what it's going to be. Like, I have no idea until I looked at it. I'm just scaling out. I know my entry price, and I know how many shares I'm still in, and I'm just slowly scaling out of it. I have no idea how much I'm going to make for the day. Don't even care. I'm just trading the chart. Go back and rewind it. If you didn't see me trade QUCY, go back and rewind. I got in. Here, I'll show. Let's see. What time did I get in? Which you can see the actual time there. I'll have to adjust this. There we go. Let me move this over here so that I can... Boom. Anything and everything. Jimmy Crack Cone across the county line with Mary Jane. This is a jammer right here. I haven't heard this one in a minute. There we go. It's a little bit better so you can kind of see everything. Anyway, point me. Go back and you can see now when I got in at 21 after. And then just scaling out of that thing and reading the chart. I have no idea, how much I'm going to make. I'm just reading the chart and scaling out. Pi, though, was moving pretty nicely here. P-I-I-I-I-I-I-I. We'll just do it right here with you guys, actually. Let's see if we can't find something on 4 hour. Nothing. Oh, no. Hell no. Y'all done up and done it. Move that out of the way. And inverted cowgirls. See if he gets over that. And that. And inverted cowgirls. Alright, so I was close on this one for the first fail. Now we need to hold it. So that line's pretty accurate. Let's see if the next one holds up above it. This one is getting a little overextended here, pushing above the upper VWAP band. You know how often I talk about that. Does not hold above the upper VWAP band for very long in the small cap sector. Large caps, same thing. You very rarely see it. So it's not going to hold up that much longer here. So most likely you may get one more pop up, but I bet it drops straight back on down. So if you are long, take profit soon. It's probably going to come back and correct itself back into the band here. You know, it wanted to be its own little shooting star and say, I'm the rock star. And it's like, nah, I'm the rock star. And then the band, you know, someone left the band. You can't leave the band. Someone's going to have to bring you back to life and come back to the band. All right, any questions you guys have before I call it a morning? Which I was going to do right now at this mark, at the 30 after mark. I could take an hour and a half break before I get into my lunch recap with Steve the Achieve, Steve the Crowbar. I think I got to make it a tad bigger here. A little wider, she said. All right, come on. Boy, getting this like down to like perfection is so hard. There we go. There we go. There's perfection. There we go. Finally, we're good. Sailing Girl, Aussie, Paula, Michael D. Ryder, Giovanni from earlier, anyone that's been in chat today, Daza, D. Ryder, Crow. Thank you again, J Webb, everyone else that was here today. I'll have the stream up all day long. I will keep you guys up to date throughout the day. Obviously, I'm not going to just be gone. I will be here all day long at the house, though. I'm not leaving the house, so I'm taking a little break right now. I'll check back in here in just a little bit. We already know the large cap plays that look good for the day that I thought anyway. It's kind of a slower day in the small or the large cap market. QUCY now dumping back on off. Great long, good ways. You could have shorted it too. Good, good moves today. HCWB, saddle. If you got saddle, whoever and what you trade, we got some good moves today. Good bounce plays, and then great, and then some halting plays too as well. So got a good mixed bag today in the small cap market. But I'll take the break for a little bit. Hop back on the mic at some point in the next hour and a half, but not for like very long. Just to say, hey, how you doing? How's your mama and them? Any questions, last questions for the morning? I always forget to put this out there for you guys, too, in case you don't have it. Should be putting this out there like every day. I always forget to. My links and such. So, boom, there's my Instagram, Discord, or I'll get the Discord in just a second, I guess I should say. There's the link to the website for one-on-one help. All the goods that I provide for the world. Anyone want to meet at the local saloon at high noon? Yeah, let's do it. Too bad you're in a... That'd be cool if we had like a... I guess that would be the only thing that I'd like for AI. Or say AI, but the metaverse or whatever, we could put on some goggles. And we all just went to it was like the same bar. But we weren't at the bar, but we were at the bar together, Boom. Bam. Discord. Link. Boom. All right, any last questions you guys have? Break time. Hoot for me. Good stuff today. QUCY. Gotcha, baby. Had to sit back and wait for the day, right? Had to sit back and wait. Well, I said that was perfect earlier. I thought it was perfect. How was it not perfect? I can't really. I guess you can see it. I want you to see 1,000 there, though. A little better than that. There we go. That's a little better. There we go. That's there we go. Whatever. That's good enough. Anywho. There we go. We're working in. Perfectionist over here. I'm telling you, I'm the worst. We're only up 3% on the day now, QUCY, after everything that it's done over the last couple of days. That is so funny. Take the break for now. Like I said, I'll leave the live stream up if you guys want to rewind it, get anything like levels I've talked about for the day. Large caps a little choppier and slower, actually. That's why, and if you go back and you can rewind, it's another good thing you can do. Go back to when I first started the stream, I give you morning alerts, which are levels on small caps through large caps. And if you go to the large caps, I didn't give very big levels for the day for most tickers. I just saw it being we're getting to. I think it's a triple witch day, too, if I'm not mistaken, or quad witch day, whatever you want to call it. So, small caps, yet again, and that's why I showed up. Originally, I was going to take today off, have another 3-day weekend. I will next Friday. I will say that. Next Friday, I know that for sure. Next Friday, I'm going to take off for sure, just to have a 3-day weekend as we head into Memorial Day, which is going to be the following Monday. So a week from Monday, we will have off. So everyone's getting a 3-day weekend. I'm going to have a 4-day weekend, most likely, unless there's just something with when maybe we just start going supernova crazy. But most likely, I'm going to take Friday off regardless and just give myself a little 4-day weekend before we hit the June stretch, and then get the busy time for myself, which I always the summer is just nonstop with one-on-ones, and of course what I do already. It's like I want to take a little easier in May, which I have, and we were slower as well at times through late April and into so May. I was like, I'm gonna take a few days off. I'm nonstop over here all day, every day. It's like, Josh, you don't always have to go live. Anywho. Yes. I would most likely, what I would have done as soon as that happened, Aussie, would have gotten out everything but just a few shares. Hold it to your entry price, and if it confirms below your entry price or just gets a little below it, where you don't think it's going to come back up, get out. But what I would have done as soon as that would have candlestick confirmed out of that trend line, uptrend channel, I would have gotten out a majority of my shares just to say, hey, it's probably going to start to possibly come back down. I mean, again, does every trend line work like we used to see when I was just killing it all day, every day? No, but this is, the way it's slowing down, it has more of that, hey, I'm going to respect, technicality, so to speak. So, yeah. But, yeah. And then you just hold some shares, though, still, regardless. You have to hold some shares. Give it to that 9 can be so strong. You saw what happened for me, how long I was in TDIC the other day. I was in TDIC for fucking 2 hours or however long, until all of a sudden, lunch recap, remember, and just whammy! I was like, fuck yes, this is awesome. This is awesome. So, yeah, you got to hold shares here unless it cracks out of 9. You're good. And that's why I like trying to trade with you guys. That's why I hate, I was saying that in the one-on-one yesterday or whatever. Anyway, but I wish it was 4 trades a day or 3 trades a day. Like back in that stretch I had where we had so many pre-market trend line cracks, shelf cracks, where then we're taking an open bell, a high of day, low of day break on a large cap ticker, and then maybe even another small cap ticker here and there. So we're getting 3 trades, 6 trades, 7 trades in on the day. And you can see me get in these, scale out of these, and manage these. And yeah, there were times where I'm in, like I've talked about, where I'm 4 or 5 trades in. I know, and I know 3 a lot of the times, but how often, at TradeCaster, you guys saw me where I'd be 3 of 3, 4 for 4 at the opening bell or just a tad after because of, the pre-market moves that we had. Then I got a couple of whatever it may be, but it was, it was awesome, beautiful. And I'm calling them out ahead of time. This isn't just like, oh man, hey, I traded this. No, I am always alerting ahead of time, at least over there, because I wasn't going live, those mornings a lot of the time. I was going live on Friday all day long, or I did the lunch stream, essentially. I did Monday through Thursday at lunch when Deck wasn't going live, and I did Friday all day. Every once in a while, I started going live a little bit more when he started paying me more, like on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I'd go live in the morning here and there, but Monday and Tuesday, forever. I mean, I'll never forget the stretch. I mean, of course you won't as a trader. I had a 6-month stretch where I didn't lose on a Monday. It was sometime in August of 2023, and that's when that crazy stretch of mine started, when I just was lit, on fire. Mortal Kombat, I'm winning the tournament. Like, I am just on fire. And that lasted, and I had finally my first loss on a Monday, and I finally had first loss on a Monday since it was in March. It was in March of 2024. But yeah, it was one of those things. It was nuts. I loved, and that's why I did one-on-ones on Mondays and wanted to myself either way. I didn't want to go live. I wanted to concentrate and kill Monday. And usually I was alerting ahead of time, like is my point. When I wasn't streaming live, because I'd never get multiple one-on-ones I'd be in, they're like, how are you doing this? Because we'd be in a play. I'm alerting another play and maybe that play, and then we're in it again. I'm trying to get into another play, and they're like, and I'm talking to him at the same time. So my live stream up, decks up. I'm talking to this guy in a one-on-one, and we're in a trade, and I'm like over here going like, and I'm like, oh man, yeah, huh, yeah. I'm like, okay, yeah, hold on, this bounce play. You see that at 340 over here on this one, this whatever, and I'm typing it in the chat, and then I'm copying and pasting, putting that over in the other lobby, and they're like, how are you? I'm like, this is why I was built to do this. Especially small caps. I can go a million miles an hour, so it helps me to that advantage that I'm not slow. I am slow. I'm not slow at all. I want to go. NQ short if it rises to 29,250, and then she says, 29,460. Well, there's this one particular harbor. You said 29. Let's just go. I gotta do this. Yeah. That's where mine's at 450. You say 460. Yeah. I know you're going a little higher into this mark, but yes, that's where my line's at. From earlier, look at my lines today. Futures, you don't want me. I'd smoke your fucking ass so fast you wouldn't know it hit you. Get out of here. Put your lines in and trade them. Working out perfectly. Because this is the only line you'd put in. What? Saline. The only line you would add into the lines that I have is this right there. And that's it. That's the only line you would add in. These are the only lines I'd maybe have one in at 29,250. Just because of the bounces we're getting off of it. I don't want you to keep doing that, though, because then you can add another one here. So that's why, right now, it's just in a descending wedge. Your main lines you can trust the most are these. Now, again, there's a couple others you could add in, which would be one here at 29, two, and then right here at this area. Those whole round numbers are just so key, too, when it comes to futures, I would imagine. Hold it down here for pi. Any last questions? Yes, good eye there. Hopefully you have the lines in right there at the same mark. 12 resumption price for pi, 43 after 59 seconds. My bad. 43 after 59 seconds. Resumption time, 12 price. And there's just one particular harbor that is just now stuck in my head. All right. Cool. Saline girl, got it. Hopefully you do. Same with you, Ingrid, since you're the last two kind of trading and looking for trades there in saline. I should say, Ingrid, you with the move down. Okay. Ingrid, you may have to change your name to Ingrid Aussie, because now we have girl and chick, and I like it. But you have to add a car. What car would you be? We got saline girl. She drives one. What would yours be? GT3, what would it be? Ingrid Aussie GT3 chick. We got to add something in there before or after the chick. I think before chick would be good. before chick. All right, team, I'm out. Got the links out there. Had a good Friday. Large caps were really mediocre to slow today across the board. Only Microsoft and Apple gave you some good loving. Small caps gave you some up and some downs. Plenty of plays to profit today. I jumped in on QUCY on the halt up there. It's a little risky, but I did get in. Loved trading these halt plays. Worked exactly like I wanted it to. All right, cool. I love you guys. All right, like I said, I'll keep the stream up for the rest of the day. Obviously, I will take a break for now. 8:12 super fast. Okay. All right. I think it'd be funny to be Ingrid Aussie super fast chick. You're like, they would be like, if you did that, they'd be like, did you run track? Were you in the Olympics? Or that's the first thing I could think of. Or like, you were a swimmer, weren't you? And those, I'm just thinking of like the things that would be fast at, or something. Like, yeah, oh yeah, Mike, yeah. 96 Olympics I was in Atlanta. 2000, of course, Sydney, yeah. Duh. Fucking wanker. Took bronze in Sydney. Of course, you didn't remember me. I won fucking gold in the 200 meters, mate. In Atlanta, your own fucking states. Oh, man. Listen, I will say if there's one accent that I could actually continuously pull off, at least for now out of the gate, would be Australian. I don't know, maybe sometimes I get a little too New Zealandy, but I think most times I'm more into the Australian accent. And then, of course, watching Mortal Kombat, Kano's just, I'm telling you, if you like fun movies, and especially you, Aussie chick, sailing, y'all, I'm telling you, you and Jason would love it. The Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 are fun, especially this. The 1's fun. It's like fans are like, 1 sucks. I'm like, 1's decent. It introduces, there's enough fighting. It's not like it's... anyway, I like 1. It's not great, but if you like it more after you watch 2. You appreciate it definitely more after 2. And the 2 is just straight fun. It's like you're playing the game. Good storyline, good enough to keep you going in path, but then it's like you're playing the video game in a way. With great fatalities and setup, and how funny it is, like, because you get Kano, and I forgot what that guy's name is, but I haven't really seen him much, but he's an Australian. I know, yeah, he's Australian. And then there's, who's the other guy, the handsome guy that plays Johnny Cage? No, that's not Gerard Butler. That guy. What's the other guy's name? Oh gosh, what is his name? It's now on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, the guy that plays Johnny Cage, it's been in a lot of stuff. Carl Urban. He's from New Zealand. And so, anyway, but yeah, just hearing them go back and forth. Of course, Johnny Cage has an English accent anyway, so you don't hear Johnny Cage, he's English, but still hear him go back and forth. Because Johnny Cage is portrayed as kind of a funny, goofy character, right? Well, line almost perfect, team. Let's go a little bit lower. It's somewhere right about right there, so close. Look at my lines, how close they are. Anyway, but it's funny to hear. But Kano and Johnny Cage back and forth are great. It's fun though. I like it for sure. That's good movies. If it was closer by, I would like the place in Dallas. We used to live right next to a place, and I mean like not far away at all. It's right down the road from our apartment. That's where we'd go see movies like 2 or 3 times because it was right down the road. It was like the place we'd always go to in the inn that had the restaurants attached to it, and it was like almost a one-off in Dallas. It was called Look Cinemas. And it's not like a franchise where there's a ton of them. There's only a few here and there, but they had the essentially IMAX size screen. They have the huge screen in there. And the first place that I went to, where you had like your own seat that reclined, and it was like huge, and you weren't like really next to somebody. And you can dine in there, and they bring the food to you. In the other theaters, they have like 6 theaters anyway. And you could bring, like when you go there, you can the 6-pack, and like you can bring that in. Like we'd always get a 6-pack of beer in the bucket, 6-pack whatever it was in a bucket, and then we get slider burger. Like there's slider burgers cooked right in front of you, fresh meat out of the refrigerator. Sliders were so fucking good, and their queso came from the place right next door, the adjacent what was attached to it, but the restaurant that's where you actually can walk through and go right into. That's what we get there. Every once in a while, I'd go traditional, get some popcorn and candy, but it was always bottle of the 6 bottle of beer in the bucket, with the ice, and then the the sliders and the queso. The place was so good. We missed it so much. And that's where we fell in love with Brussels sprouts, because we were already eating them in that restaurant there. And so to this day, me and Avery were like, but they were the best. And we were just talking about that too long ago. She's like, remember when right before, because they closed right around COVID. COVID kind of shut down a lot of those, movie theaters at that time. And then eventually shut the restaurant down, which made our heart just break. Because the restaurant was a one-off too, and anyway, it sucked. But yeah, but she went back and got 2 servings of them. She's like, and it was, I don't remember if she knew it was closing or whatever, and maybe we found it afterward. I can't remember. And that was back around COVID. But yeah, it was. We were both like, no, the best, like some of the best. It was brisket queso. Oh, that queso was fucking so good. Every time we went there for appetizers, we got the Brussels sprouts and the queso, right? And then they got to know us, because we went there so often, literally once a month or so, every couple. So they got to know us, and they knew anyway. It's funny, it was awesome. And then for breakfast, oh god, of course she loves Bloody Mary, and they had like the Bloody Mary with the bacon and all the crazy like pickles and the olives and shit. And their blueberry pancakes, and they had like the candied bacon, the millionaire bacon, whatever you want to call it. Oh, it's That was one to miss. All right, oi, Aussie chick. Got a little of my Australian accent there. Not too bad. It's not too, especially if I can hear it. If I can be around it, and especially the more I hear it, and especially if I could just be around an Australian, I'm like, oh shit, this is gonna be easy. I hear her talk Australian, I'm gonna go straight into this. It's just so easy for me too. Taking the break. I'll be back here in just a bit, team. I'll put some jams on for now until I get back in here. Green Day for the day. 466.50. I'll take it. Any Friday. Any Friday, I'll take that. I'll be back in just a bit before the lunch recap. Bang away! Queenie, right there. Margo, lay down. Lay down. No, 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 no. Okay, well, go. Get up. Go! Now! Get up! Brew, get up. Brew, go! God damn it. Damn. Lay down. Everyone lay down. Get right here, lay. Stop fucking playing musical beds. Damn. Man, just like really getting right back on the live stream. Anyway, anyone still around, going over the TTP live stream for lunch. Go in there now. There we go. Get the link. Copy it. TTP lunch week recap. And boom. Still here just to look. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, it's like, as soon as I come back in here, all the dogs are trying to it's like musical chairs, but musical beds, I call it. They're like, yeah, no, I'm in this bed. No, I'm in this bed. And they're all like rushing to get in the beds. There's only so many beds for so many dogs. So I have to be like the director of like, get out, you here, there, you there. And now they're settled. And this is where they usually lay. They'll go to like different beds. And then one dog wants this bed because they're used to this bed. Oh, it's just, so I have to do a quick little, hey. And they're like, okay. So I can look at the doggy separate cam. Yeah, I know. I need to get a doggy cam. That's what people have said. I can get that. I just need to get a different one that's like, I connect it to the computer, but I run it down here. Because if I had another, because I could run this, right, all the way and have like a camera that sits like right here, you know. So I need to get like another camera, honestly. But people have said that throughout the years, like you should have another camera going for like when you're not on the stream. That's just like the doggy cam. So there's always a cam on. Oh yeah, I should. I mean, yeah. Hey, I could always leave mine on. You could always see the dogs going in and out of the room, right? Yeah, they live the life. They definitely getting to live the life over here for sure. Or going over to TTP. I don't want them thinking that I'm not coming over today or this week. I'm heading over there now. See you guys over the next hour over on TTP. We'll recap the week. The madness we've had in small caps, of course, the trade I had today, and QUCY, and hopefully more of this to come. Back in a bit.
Here is a SVP, so we can see the intraday volume profiles. Yeah, session volume profile. Great tool here if you guys don't use it. It takes. Oh, I heard something in the back there. Whoa. I think you have a doorbell. We have a guest. Come on in, my friend. Oh, we're big chillin', enjoying the day because, Josh, I took my trades in the first half hour and then didn't do anything today. What have you been up to? Or 84. Beautiful. That is that is pretty darn close to actually perfect, Josh. So congratulations there. Excellent exit. Why did you get out there? Just saw the weakness? Mhm. Oh, nice. Mhm. Um, mhm. So I'm not sure if the morning coffee just wore off, Josh, or maybe I'm missing something here. I'm only seeing two gap ups, or is this a third halt right here? This at 7-Eleven? 7-Eleven? Oh, okay. Okay. I see, I see. My old noggin is counting the gaps and not the halts. That makes much more sense. Okay, great. I was like, where is this? I'm trying to locate it. Okay, so awesome. So first, and then you said you got the dip by into the first gap. Was that what you said? Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Mhm. Cool. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful. Very nice. Mhm. I see. I'm kind of noticing a great trade, of course. I'm just kind of noticing. So this gap up level, it seems to be the kind of pivot here now intraday. So I'm wondering if it might have some continuation juice if it gets above this, or if it might actually reject this, and maybe it's mostly done for the day. But just an interesting level to kind of watch there. Wow, I'm starting to cook there again off of that $1 handle there and VWAP. So nice little look there as well. Going for a second day. Let's get a little bit more of a perspective here. We got the first day move. This is the second day move. And if it's got room, let's find a higher time frame target up ahead. Definitely a big level here at 116. If it can reach above, I would say 150 seems reasonable. I mean that was, oh yeah, that was just almost the high of the day. If it can get through the high of the day, Josh, I think that it has a date with this 200-day moving average. That's what I'd like to see. Just like on these, I knew it would happen on the way back. You always see these dates with the 200, and then you know what happens sometimes, Josh. You go out on a date and you get rejected. It happens sometimes to the best of us. So with HCWB, if at first you don't succeed, try, try again. That's what I want to see. So we'll see if it can reach up there. Hmm. Boom. Yeah. Hey, welcome in, guys. Mhm. Yes, sir. I love it. I was noticing this little bit of a pattern on QUCY here. So yesterday it had the big pop, had to air out, of course, and it formed this kind of steep uptrend where it was trying to kind of catch off of VWAP, reclaim, and then base for continuation squeeze. It would be really, really hard for a stock to be able. I mean, I know small caps are a different world, but in general, this is such a steep uptrend line that for me, it's very likely to get violated and basically need to say, okay, that pattern isn't going to work. Now we need a new one. Doesn't mean we're going down necessarily. All it means to me is saying, okay, if it can't kind of see it lost that, then it tried to back test it, rejected it. So in that case, it said, okay, not ready to squeeze up, not ready to go up here yet. So we need to rebase and find a higher low off of a significant support. So here it's the VWAP here. So that was enough to get it to push. And then in the morning, it just basically kind of revisited that higher low bottom that we formed here. Yeah, to the penny, perfect action there. Saying, hey, this buyer that popped us up, still here, still here, still here. Let's rock and roll, baby. So now I see a similar kind of compression. This one looks a little bit better than this, but it is kind of the same thing here, where it's this like triangle. And what we could see is a similar type of resetting and rebasing. So maybe it tries to pop up and finds a seller, needs to break this, tries to backtest it, isn't able to, and then forms a higher low, just like we saw here. So that's just one thing I'm looking at because basically this is like a stair-stepping pattern for me. We pop up, get some nice volume in up here. That's resistance. We pop up, we make it support, get some nice volume here. So yeah, keep an eye on it. This could straight squeeze. It's looking a little better than this one here. But in general, I think that this one, regardless of whether it takes 5 minutes, maybe a day or two, maybe this happens on Monday, I do think this one's still in play as long as it can hold this low here at $3. So nice look there. Yeah, totally. Ooh. Ah, okay. Oh, much better, much better. Okay. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. This is my buy zone. Yeah. Well, Josh, it is boring a little bit, but it is constructive and it's good price action in my book. So I wanted to talk about it. I thought it was a good couple case studies here to look over. So the first thing I wanted to note was SPX. This is a really nice kind of bread and butter setup here. So the first thing to note is any major level. What I want to how I want to frame this is SPY was trading into a very key level right into the open. It was trading right into this 4.445 roughly, and that was the close on Wednesday before we gapped up and really ripped. So because of that, when we closed or when we opened the market under it here, I immediately was in a short. I immediately shorted right at the bell, and I'll show you why. So here it is on SPX. We can see just closing or opening below the level. Very likely that we need to come down and find a buyer off a key level. And for me, that was 7,400. Nice and simple. So you had 7,400 here. Another thing is that right about here was 740 on SPY. So it was like a neckline that we opened below. And if you get that open below, usually the influx of morning volume will keep that direction going until it finds a decent buyer at a decent level. So for here, that was 7,400. By the strength in which we tapped into this, I closed mine a little earlier. So I was on SPY here and got in right at the open and then closed very quickly into 740 here, just because I didn't know what we were going to do yet. And then what I did see is a little bit of strength coming in already there. So I always sell the direct shot into the 40. So it was a good trade, not too much, but it was like 40% trade. So definitely good enough to start the day going. And for me, that was just the highest probability because we had the liquidity right out of the gate and a big level below. If I was a little more patient, I could have gotten that 7,400 on SPX. But because I did have that level on my charts, when it hit this and I saw this green candle, I was really ready to look long. And so I didn't take it here, but I did take it up here for a little bit of a scalp. And I just wanted to show the kind of surgical nature of index trading from level to level if you know what to look. So it's a little bit trickier on SPY because you don't have access to these levels that are really important. And you also have all the overnight action that makes it a little sloppier. But on SPX here, and SPX is going to be the primary driver of the SPY, SPX, ES complex, in my opinion, at least during the cash session, because it is where the majority of the options are traded. So that provides big intraday flows to play off of. And you'll find those options are concentrated around prior closes and opens. So for me, we had this 7,400 level. And also if you pull it out this way, you will see, pretty key level going back. It was resistance till we popped above it. When we gap below, it's the same thing. We liquidity all the way down until we find solid support. Where was that solid support? Well, it's the gap fill. See how this is like super level to level, guys? Like you can catch a lot of these if you're just zoomed out on the weekly like this, looking at all of these spots. So that was a really clean trade we took. I don't think I took this long, but I sure wish I did because absolute powerhouse up here. And so now we come back, we revisit that same level that was very key. You can see it there as well. On the way up, we did find a seller till it was reclaimed to surge. So for me, you open below one level, you look for the next down, you take that trade, and then you can almost always reverse if it's in the morning half hour, because the first 30 minutes is often going to form a bottom wick on a daily candle. And that is what we're seeing so far. So for me, really clean to short down here, and then a potential long. And if you did take the long, this is where I got out, right here, like within 2 points of the high of the day so far. And why? Well, just because simply, this was the zone I had marked out. So I was in the trade. I get in on the reclaim of the moving average. So this is where I'm watching. It pops the moving averages, showing an incentive to clear this VWAP. And then it backtests in there, and I'm in somewhere in this area, 417 roughly, and really clean, really fast move up. So why didn't I just hold it? We have this huge gap above us. Well, because this was the direct shot. This was the level that I knew there was going to be some reaction to. And so when I saw that first top wick, I just got out right there. So that's how I kind of use the prior week's price action and the levels, especially the SPX levels, to form really high probability, just level to level trades in this first half an hour to an hour where the liquidity is super, super good. So thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Sorry, Josh, I got in yap mode there a little bit.
Love it.
But yeah, really constructive action.
What's up, Uncle Chris? How we doing? And D-Ride in the hizzle. Yeah, this is the party room. We're getting the party room will be real. I mean, it's like, how about this is tailgate? This is the tailgate for the party, which is later tonight on the Friday Night Live. How about that? That can be what this is. A little tailgating action right now. Speaking of NFL schedules released yesterday, pretty tough. pretty tough schedule coming up for the Broncos this season. So, last year was pretty easy for us. Had some tougher teams to play, but not that many. And I forgot how many fourth quarter comebacks we had until I saw a post. Like, oh my God, it was like a cool little TikTok or YouTube video, whatever I saw. I didn't realize how many. It was a lot. It was a lot of fun fourth quarter comebacks last year for the Broncos. But yeah, man, who was your sports team in the NFL? Do you have one or no?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to be a Niners fan. You know, it's
I just thought it was.
it's not like not a burning passion for me. You know, I'm not a big sports ball guy anymore. I played a ton when I was a kid and kind of transitioned all of my competitiveness into stock trading. So for me, I just needed higher stakes. But I do always appreciate a good game. Love just throwing on some Giants, some Niners, of course. But you know, I'm not going to be watching too much football. Don't hate me, guys. It will give me more time to watch some Josh movie recs, though. I've got Fifth Element queued up because I know it's coming. I know somebody's waiting in chat for it to be mentioned to give me a hard time now.
Well, you got all weekend, brother. You got all weekend. You got, just all you need is listen. And I think someone even said, look, watch the first hour, and okay, I'll watch the second. You know, you can split it up if you need to. It doesn't have to be all. I don't know how long the movie is, but it's not more than 2 hours. I doubt it. So.
No, fair enough. It's just really. I am such an optimist with my time, and then I realize there's 8 billion things I need / want to do, and there's only one Steve. So we'll see. This weekend for sure, though. I have made the commitment.
Oh,
I saw
see.
who was it?
We'll see.
Yeah, I know. I've said it many a time. Mind Music Muscle is in long NVIDIA, and I like that. I was just taking a look at that trade, kind of trying to frame it the same way we just talked about. This was a key level, the open, as well as the gap up, as well as when you reclaimed, it flipped to support there, and just wicking back into it, and now forming a really solid base here. So I'm liking the price action. We also have the clear targets to the upside, from 233 all the way up to, if we want to, it's 236, 237-ish area. In general, to me, it looks like we have kind of put in a bottom here. And we want to cook. So I like that setup here. SPY, meanwhile, doing the thing. Very nice, very nice. So this has room to run today. I think it needs to, at the very least, check in with the 50% pullback here. And I think that's where we're going to kind of figure out how far we could go. But I like this price action. Looks like probably I should have held these calls. I was definitely biased bullish on the day, but I didn't want to hold through that. Josh, that would have been brutal. What are you doing over there? I just saw you spinning around.
Yeah, I was letting the dog out. He keeps getting on my nerves because he won't sit down and lay down. So I'm like, you're out of here. You're out of here, Kappa. Speaking of moves right now, SPY trying to move to new high of day. So that is starting to amp up a little bit here. And Pi is halted up at 1184. So our Pi play, she's moving and grooving still off her earnings, halted up. So we have that halted right now. And that's really about their main play. Like I said, QUCY. She's gearing up. I think she's trying to put her track shoes on. And,
oh, wow.
She just keep an eye on her, too. I think we could see another squeeze from her. Apple, new high of day, all-time high, just hit 303 on the dot. That probably has legs to 303.50 by end of day. In my opinion, probably even could go a tad higher. Depends on how much movement and volume comes into it. Question in chat. It's a good one. Well, I say all questions in chat are good ones. But we have Douglas. Oh, Douglas Bundy. He said, first off, he didn't want to type it, but I'm going to type it for him. He said, guess what, guys? Al Bundy, that's my brother. What's up, Douglas Bundy? How often, no, you got to go to it right out of the gate. If your last name was Bundy, bro, how many times in your life have you, I mean, that's almost like you're a famous person and someone comes up to you and they, like you're an actor and they say those same lines to you, they essentially like we were saying here recently, like when you go up to Hulk Hogan, you don't call him Terry, you go, Hulk Hogan, come on, brother, how many times Hulk Hogan probably had that, hey, brother, said to Hulk Hogan. How many times did you get referred to Al Bundy? I have to ask. That's awesome. Secondly, I was Al Bundy. Not really, but I did sell ladies' shoes, so I did have that in my life. And the question, let's get to it. Do you think AMD will bounce back? Now, overall, AMD, what do you mean bounce back? Now, as in my opinion, AMD will see 500. Yeah, it'll bounce back, 100%. But I don't know where you want the bounce back to come from. Where you in at? Are you in up high? In my opinion, though, yes. I know he's got the chart up over there. I'll look on my side. I would love for an AMD pullback. Don't think we'll ever get it. Back down to say I don't know. Yeah, we could get 260s, maybe I should say my bad. No, I don't know why I just said 260, but that would be a great price. I meant 360.
I
Yeah,
would like it.
we'll probably never see 260 again. I doubt, but I would like the mid to low 300s, and that could happen potentially. We saw a huge ascending. I have a trend line heading back from spring on March. We make that move up from the 190s, 200s. Now we're in the 220, 30s that I was just talking about, 40, 50, 60s, and we explode off of that somewhere right around April the 23rd or 4th, and we go from 300 and made a really big move to 350 in a short amount of time. Then we built that nice good wedge and squeeze after earnings out of that, and really up off of that trend line that I have. And so we're off the trend line. My trend line's back around the 360 mark. So it could find its way back to that, in my opinion, before we do ramp up and go for more. We got, in my opinion, 472. It's almost 500. It's not like we always talk about. That's close enough. On the move it's made, if you just go back to, you got to think about this. In March alone, when I'm giving morning alerts and looking at this now, I'm going, man, I forgot this play was in the 100s, right around 200. And here we sit a month, we'll call it 2 months later, not even 2 months later, but a month and a half later, we've gone up. We've doubled. We've gone from 200 to almost 500. That's
crazy.
Huge. Here goes
Truly wild.
QC's making the move. We called it ahead of time. QUCY is getting that apple pie.
Oh, wow. Oh, I had to zoom out a little bit, but still wow. Still impressive. Yeah, big move there. And so just to kind of keep tabs with this play here, we swept this little top wick, nice pop through it. You always love to see definitive moves through these, and just basically giving bears no chance to pull it back and do an engulfing top wick candle after sweeping liquidity. Instead, we sweep liquidity and keep on surging. We want more. So a few other areas, this was a secondary sell level, and you're seeing a little bit of wicks into it. We can pull it down to the whole wicks and see that's where the resistance is. So this is the area we're digesting. As long as we do not reject so hard that we lose the rising moving average ribbon here, I think that probably we end up doing one of these and getting the squeeze up to this top level here. So I'm a big fan of this guy here. Acting right so far, so look for those buyable pullbacks into your moving averages. That's what I got.
We got a song for it. QC in the sky with... Then I got to stop singing. And AMD, if you want to give your take on it, but yes, that was just my take on where it could pull back to, and then where I think over time it does go back up. It's just so overextended. It's due for a healthy pullback.
Yeah, so first off, got to go all the way back. I had some funny drawings on here. It was doing this insane triangle thing, and me and my friends built it out. It's actually funny. My friend did a trading card game about trading. So it was like Magic the Gathering, but trading. So there was one like mystical lines, and he wanted me to draw something super crazy looking. So I had to do the beautiful AMD Masonic like I think because it did
I'm looking at what could be on the back of a new $100 bill if Trump continues to print.
Yes, exactly. And I don't know what it was. I guess it was just maybe I was smoking some of the good stuff, but all I could see was the patterns that were coming out in the symmetry here, and I kept drawing it out, and it kept being like a mirror image from this side. So I thought down here, as soon as we broke this equilibrium, I was like, I think we're destined to come back up here. And everybody was making fun of me because it's like, how in the world could it come back up there? We're at $65, $75. How's it going to triple? Well, the narrative will come in place as everything starts working together. The volume comes in, everybody's like, why they're buying. Then we see the news blitz start coming. Okay, well, now it's vindicated. Now it moves up. Then we have corrections and booms and busts and booms and busts. But it all is in the context of this pull up to this high liquidity level. So it doesn't always look that silly. But the crazy thing is this whole price action here and then the dump all the way back to 75, that key zone, that just formed a giant cup and handle. And then we are ready to kind of push on up and out of there. So what I want to say here, we had this range that we were playing off of, and we got, man, there's so many fibs stacked here, but it's important to note because we got the surge all the way up into the measured move at 2. That was 366. So 366 was where we were trading at and consolidating at right before earnings there. So beautiful consolidation into the measured move, and then it said, we're simply not done. So what did it do? Surged on up to the next major fib at 261, and now you can see, tried to hold it once, twice, 3 times, now starting to look a little bit weaker here. So what I think we're seeing is one of two things. Either this is going to fail this kind of consolidation that it's trying to make. So far, it did hold a higher low here, and this could be a new basing pattern. Just like right here, we have the big dip and then a smaller dip, and this acts as a higher low base to push up out of. And you can just kind of see that keep replaying and replaying. This was just a crazy squeeze. But here, dip, higher low, and then it can start to make its move. So honestly, I think that this thing can just keep on screaming up as long as this low holds. Thing is, if this low doesn't hold, then we have to start looking for a logical pullback because, man, this thing is extended. I would say look for the earnings report range. And you can see if I draw that fib, the equilibrium is right here where, Josh, I think you would consider this one of your bounce plays, right?
Yep.
Into those kind of wicks on the hourly.
Yeah. All over it, buddy.
Okay, absolutely.
And then if
yeah, so that's what I'm thinking.
If you crack that, you could almost even like see that you could maybe start forming a head and shoulders there on that hourly, that where you see that shoulder line. Now we're forming the head, could come down, bounce, and form another shoulder, right? And then find its way back down to that 360, 50, whatever area that I was talking about. But if we hold, then we could fake out, and you could do that, right? Or could break out and not form the second shoulder and then squeeze, and you just continue to fly back up. So it's either
right.
Either that. Those are the two scenarios I see happen. One of those two things are right there.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I like the head and shoulders call out, especially because semiconductors, when they're super extended, I remember the glory days of shorting these. No, I didn't catch it, but I've used them as a case study for so long. I believe it was, what was it? The beginning of the 2022 pullback, that bear market where it was just a very extended one. What we did see was all of the semiconductors looking like they were flagging for a big explosive continuation move. What we saw was just about they did do a pop like this, and then they just started rolling, pop, roll, pop, and it was just the meanest washout. I can pull that up on, I think QCOM was a good example of that. Not 99. I'm not that old. Not 14 either. What am I doing? 22. That's where it was. Pull it up on a weekly. Man, what a pretty chart. So, yeah, this is the consolidation I was talking about. Weeks and weeks, couple months of flagging, looking like it was ready for a big move up, especially when it had a big move down, retested these highs, and then popped almost to new highs. So close. But in reality, it was just kind of forming a curved top here. And you can just kind of see like that. If you just have this line, Josh, if you were to like extrapolate this out, this trend, eventually it doesn't look like it's going up anymore, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah, so in my book, we just have to be on alert for this only because we're so extended. And one headline could send us down pretty fast. Could be seeing the start of a little bit of a basing topping process, but it could be up here for a while before it makes a decision. And in general, I always just want to assume that we're still bullish. Just because, hey, such a good company, such a good sector. Market is not looking bad to me at this point. Like, yes, we're very high, but every single day we're proving ourselves in terms of finding buyers. So every single day, wow, yeah, nice push here on SPY. Every single day we continue to find bottom wicks. And Josh, when I was on the morning stream with, I did a morning stream with Dave and LJ from the Fivers community. They are awesome. And we were all watching these bottom wicks form and got a nice push up there out of that. And that's why I was kind of like, yeah, I see the scalp down out of the open, but I really think the play of the day is going to be long. And it did turn out to that case. We took a little scalp short, little scalp, yeah, from here, right up there. And then it does seem like the overall trend of the day is going to be up and out. Beautiful new high of the day there. Awesome stuff. And I think we have room to go higher.
Love it.
That's what I got, Josh.
Joe, thank you. Look at it. All these guys over here talking. D-Rider, Joe, all talking with one of the AP over there. Mind, Music, Muscle, piano players. And we got the musicians in chat today. Mind, Music, Muscle, and Florida Joe over there. So and then add in the D-Rider. He's playing the guitar. Next thing you know, we're going to have a full band. Me and you will be singing, it'll be a little dual sing, we co-lead the band together. Depends on what songs we're singing. Hey, like you said, what's my favorite band? Not really, but you said Cars. Cars had 2 lead singers, so we'll be the 2 lead singers. Softer songs will be you. A little more rock and roll, heavier songs, scream a little bit. That'll be me. So, and then you'll come out and have.
It's funny. I told you I was.
What?
I was the harsh vocals in my punk and metal bands back in high school. Did I tell you that?
No, that's awesome.
So we can both be yelling. How about that?
I like it. Yes, let's do it then. All right. Hey, I'll sing harmonies. I'll sing some soft notes. I did not realize that I forgot that yesterday you guys gave away 2 25K evals, huh?
We sure did. I forgot too. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Let me.
We need to do the drawing, my friend. So I will share my screen so we can do like we did last week. We need to get a drum roll on the soundboard.
I think we have one.
Oh, do we? I see a pop-up.
Check this out. Oh, no. I could have sworn I've seen it before, so I think it's in there somewhere in one of the settings.
Yeah, we need a drum roll.
We'll get there.
Drum roll. All right. Yeah. So let's get straight to that right now. All right, giveaway time. So yeah, yesterday if you guys participated, which you had the link handed out to you, I say handed out, but last night, yesterday on the live stream with Steve, was it Jesse that joined you, right?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's a good time. I was a bumbling mess, but Jesse held it down, and we got where we needed to be. It wasn't the most exciting of earning sessions, but we got a few moves. The AMAT one was pretty wild, up and then back down. So we had a few learning experiences.
And we've been doing these.
Need photos.
There's
the drum band. Okay, I was like,
there's the drum roll. All right, let's get the drum roll going. All right, let's get the drum roll going there if you want to, Ayush. All right, and here we go. Trade the pool. The number 1 prize going to. Come on, let's get it. Oh, Cassandra G.
Cassandra.
Yes, congratulations. See, that's one of those other ones. That's like That's like a caramel. Is it Cassandra? Or are you going to be called Cassandra? Because then I go Sandra, I'm like, maybe there needs to be a U in there, right? So that's Cassandra, right? I think that's more Cassandra. So this is what I do this is what my brain thinks about. All these little small little nuances. I gotta make sure I say the name right.
Josh, here I am thinking, is this Michael Burry's burner account? Is this that Cassandra? The Greek oracle, right? Who said, hey guys, it's the top, you gotta sell, and then lo and behold, fall of the Greek civilization. So I don't know. Is this an omen, an ominous omen?
Hey, regardless, congratulations, because you get 25K right there. You're gonna get credits for 25K eval for free, or you can be like some of the other traders in chat and use that credit to go get our 100K or our 50K or 200K eval that we have. So hey, make 25K for free, or just think of it as a discount coupon code for you to use it toward another one that is the 50K, the 100K, 200K. Cassandra. Little round of applause yet again for you. Congratulations, Cassandra. And again, team, this is Trade the Pool. We do this in the after hours. You got to come join us for those earnings streams that we do. It's separate from our live stream during the day. We open up that nice new after hours earnings stream. And not only are we giving 5K evals so you can predict the price of the certain plays we're looking at that day. That's one way to get a free eval from us. And hey, we have a nice participation. We get a lot of people in chat. We're giving away 2 25K evals. Cassandra, congratulations to the first one. And all it is you click on a link, you enter your name and an email. That's it. That's simple. So keep coming back. We got some more earnings next week. NVDA, the big guy, next Wednesday. And we'll preview what earnings we're going to look at next week in the last 5-10 minutes, as we always do on a Friday. But let's get to it. Drum roll number 2, please. Let's get to it. And the winner for the second one is... Taquito! Cheeto!
Let's go, Taquito.
That's right. Send the horns, baby.
Long time fan.
Yes.
Long time friend of the show there.
Yes. Taquitos. Congratulations. So again, to Cassandra G. Taquito, you will be getting emails from most likely Carlo or someone from the offices of Trade the Pool soon, letting you know you have won a 25K eval. Again, come back next week. Participate. That's all we want. We want you to participate. 5K evals, 25K evals, just to participate. So come back next week. Again, congratulations to Taquito and Cassandra there. Boom. Good job, man.
And quick shout out. Welcome, Mr. AP Trader. So yeah, just rehashing what Josh said. Yeah, we do a lot of giveaways for our prop trading firm accounts. So you can come on in, you can get a free account. If you win the raffle, then you can be trading any equities with our money. And if you pass it, you get to make that real money in your real pocket. So Great opportunity there. And of course, you get to hang out with us whenever you want to, all for free. And that's what we do here at Trade the Pool. Try to make us, you guys, all of us, a little bit better every day. So thank you for joining, brother. Welcome to the team.
And Douglas giving us a way.
Meanwhile,
I was going to real quickly, lots of love for the day. Lots of people chatting before we miss it. Back to Douglas. Mr. Bundy gave us a little love and thanks for the AMD. So much appreciated there. So thank you, Mr. Bundy. And yeah, there you go. Much appreciated to have you in chat and ask good questions because you may have helped someone else out that was actually wondering about AMD, but you asked the question. And so, boom, there we go.
Yeah, and guys, never feel shy about asking for chart requests. That's what we do. It's like a fish in water, we're just swimming. We'd be doing it either way. So you're just giving us more content and helping you out, helping us out, because we'll see some charts that we like. We'll go, oh, I'm glad I put my eyes on that guy. And yeah, so far we are getting a rough path here on QUCY following up. And just basically we're looking for a tap into this level. Because there was a seller here, we would expect a small pullback. And we'd like to see the previous levels hold. I can make that a little bigger. And yeah, roughly reclaim on the moving averages, push up, and a little pullback now as well. We want to just see this tightening up. So in general, one little thing, two little thing, three, and then we can go. Something like that. Love to see the push and the action here. And as long as you're holding this big pressure release candle down to 375, I do believe this guy wants to keep on moving up here. Liking it. What are we doing on SPY? Hey, look at that. A little liquidity grab. So this is where you just get so many scalps if you don't get too greedy. You know what I'm saying, Josh? I get a little greedy, but when I don't. So, for example, we took this 1 minute consolidation under the VWAP. So VWAP neckline, one down, high or low. When we push through, we get the look on the back test, perfect entry there, and just powerful explosions into the previous level we talked about, which was that yesterday open way the heck, back there. Sorry, it's disorienting on a 1 minute chart. Shouldn't have done that to y'all. But what we see is you can take that exact same setup here. So we have a big sharp push down, move up to the VWAP, then high or low, consolidating, giving you multiple chances. The entry is when it opens over this neckline here, and hey, it's just a straight shot. The tough thing is, if you were only shooting for the high day, this might have washed you out. But if you look at it like this and say, okay, I'm long right, where's my tool? There it is. I'm long right here. If I were to, okay, first off, my stop is under that last swing there. If I want to be really safe, under the bottom there. So where am I looking for if I'm in the trade here? I would be looking left and saying, what is the next, or what is the last pivot point that I see here, where price kind of changed character? And what I see is, okay, this was just straight down, but here's where it started to go sideways. And particularly, I see a level that's been a pivot that whole time. Tried to pop there, tried to hold above, around. When it lost it, back tested it, started to flush. So for me, I draw this right out, and then that is the scalp. It's not as big as this move, but the thing is that you can get multiple really nice straight shot moves, and still knowing that the context is higher, capitalize on each one of those instead of holding long, getting dragged back all the way to break even and even a little red. Maybe you stop yourself out there so you don't lose money, and then it does the move. So Josh, I love just going, hey, I'm long here. I'm going to take it off right there. And then if we get another VWAP retest, I'll get right back in. Oh, lo and behold, it loves doing this. If price is just not quite ready to push up, sometimes it just needs to reach back down to right where it broke out from. And then you can get yourself right back in, and you can put the stop right under there. So I would be waiting. I would get an alert triggered when it goes through VWAP. I'd be looking at it. Comes down and then it pushes back through, and that's my entry right on the VWAP, but on the right side of the V. Josh, have I yapped to you about the right side of the V concept before?
I don't, maybe not as much as I've yapped about the right side of the booty cheek.
Did my stream die?
No. Josh, your audio is out.
What happened?
Okay.
My audio?
Sorry, I also somehow managed to move. Oh, I pulled my my tab where I'm viewing this in. I pulled it to,
now?
it was
Can you
behind
hear me now?
something.
Am I good
There
to
you
go
go.
back now?
There you go. All right. I was like, is this thing on?
It switched on me mid show here. Yeah, I don't know why my audio went out there. That was
Dude.
really weird.
No, I love it because that was only happening to me for like 2 weeks, and I felt so incompetent. I was like, guys, I swear, I know how this works. It just keeps messing with me. So
Yeah, we're good.
now
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
else shares.
But yeah, no, yes, what I was saying was yes, I have heard that before. It's like it reminds me of me talking about the right side of W's, and which I call the
Yes.
yeah, same thing. Yeah, same kind of. Well, I say same thing, but yes, we definitely it's just a trend because we notice it and you see it and you see it and you see it. And so it's just one of those things with trends and stocks. You have to understand what you're seeing because they're gonna just rinse and repeat. They're gonna repeat themselves. Like there's a reason why the saying for the longest time is history repeats itself. Well, you better believe in the stock market, and especially when you get good technical sound setups, you're gonna get history repeat itself for sure.
No doubt. And yeah, you were talking W's. I love my W's here, and it takes a couple V's to make a W. But just what I always wanna, I always wanna harp on, like, the idea is, hey, I want to buy at VWAP. I want to buy at this pink line here. That's my idea. I think we're going up. I think VWAP is the spot to buy. Well, you could buy it right now, right when it hits it. It bounces and wicks, and you're like, oh, I'm a genius. But what is so wrong with waiting for it to lose VWAP and then reclaim it? So then you're watching here. Oh, still not ready. Oh, higher low now. And now, what if I bought right here at the exact same price as over here? But what's the likelihood that this long starts printing compared to this one?
Right.
And that's how I kind of like to think of it. Because if you're waiting for the right side of the V to buy, then you've let it do all this BS. You've let it wash people out once, wash people out twice, maybe three, maybe four times. And that consolidation, that oscillation, that shaking of the loose hands allows you to just catch the easy thing. It's no coincidence. If you take it here, you get 3 big green candles in a row. You're up nice and pretty. You start looking for that pivot. Yeah, I'll take it off here. What happens? Well, it comes right back down to your entry. If you're playing these levels, bada bing, bada boom, you're back on in. You could say, hey, well, now, if I zoom out a little more, just like this whole consolidation, its sweep out and higher low essentially formed a higher low off of the morning consolidation. Well, we're seeing this same thing with this consolidation now. So it's a series of bases that are forming higher lows. And you even see it even prettier here, where it's a volatility contraction pattern. And that is essentially big swing on down, then it comes about half that size, then it comes about half that size. And it forms this really explosive powder keg where you see just a straight shot up once it's ready to go. So I love it, and I do not think this move's done. I think it's just taken its sweet time in the kind of garbage time that we have here. So maybe we get a little bit of a push down in the power hour, catches us. Maybe we've already done what we were supposed to here today by sweeping this high, and now it's just going to be a wash chopping around in here.
Chop, chop.
So that's how I'd look at it, Josh. Absolutely. But
one thing I've thought about. Let's just talk about this real quickly. Double V or double U? Now, because if I do a smaller case W, it looks like a double V, but my uppercase W's look like a double U. So I don't know. How do you write yours?
Now I have to think about it. Now I have to write it. Let me find out.
I said this recently. I had like a conversation, and I was like, oh yeah, and I was like, that's funny. Why wasn't it called double V? And I was like, it depends on how you write it, because sometimes if you're but mine are actually, if it's lowercase, it's a double V. If it's bigger, if it's uppercase, it's a double U. So it's kind of funny how I was like, I wonder what.
Josh, I've done so little writing, actual physical writing. I put out so much content, but it's almost always either I'm yapping or I'm typing. So I had to double check. Yes, I am a normal human, and I do that too. I'm pretty sure that's how everybody does. I was like, is that weird that he's doing it, or is it weird that I'm even considering that there's another way? Either way. This is like
I love the question. That's why I love doing it, because people are like, "Hold on, what do I do?" Yeah, I love that. You were like, every time I ask someone, they do that. And then before I forget, AP Trader, what is the draw about? So those draws, hopefully you got it in the gist of what I was saying there. Every Monday through Thursday, we have an after hours coverage of earnings. Steve leads it off. I join. Jesse joins. Florida Joe joins. We got a slew of people that join Steve in the after hours for the stream. Join that stream. Mm-hmm. You will get a chance to participate in those giveaways. What I was just wanting you to like, what did I miss? What's these draws about? You'll have chances to guess where a price of so essentially we'll say, hey, NVDA next Wednesday, earnings comes out in after hours. You'll have to guess what is the, say, 5 p.m. Eastern print time. So we'll close the prediction thing will close down. You'll have to a certain time to predict the closing price. Not the closing price, the print time of a certain time. We've actually been doing it sometime the next day. So the other day, the earnings came out in after hours, but you were supposed to predict the price for the next morning, which makes it even tougher. So whoever's the closest wins a 5K eval. And then on top of that, we're giving 25K evals for even less work. Essentially, we'll have links out on our description for the live stream, and we keep reposting them in the chat over and over and over. All you've got to do is click on the link, fill out information, and the 25K eval, all you have to do is enter your name and an email. That's it. Enter your name and your email, boom. You got a chance to win a 25K eval. So that's what the draws were about there, my friend, and all the congratulating that was going on earlier. So I just wanted to get to that before we did forget about that.
Absolutely. While you were giving these fine people some great information, I was doodling on my chart here. I wanted to show you guys a few things. First off, let me clean up here just a bit. But the point that I wanted to show you, this didn't happen, was we have periods marked out vertically here, different pivots for the time of day. And I wanted to talk about this because Mr. Uncle Chris was saying he keeps winning during the day, but losing after hours. So first off, he's saying no more after hours for Uncle Chris. That is being data dependent. We like that. If a time doesn't work for you, don't trade it. But it is important to know why this thing might not be working in certain times. So Josh, what I always like to think of is dividing the day into periods of like ranking the liquidity. Like how much juice do we have? So like at open, a lot of juice, right? Pretty good time. But what about midday here? Because I want to show you the first half an hour is between these two lines, and often this is the manipulation window. This is the time where they're going to mess with people. So if you're trading these, I literally say 1, 2, 3, and I'm out usually. 1, 2, 3 candles in my direction. If I see a big wick, if my candle engulfs, I get out and just take whatever I got, you know? So that's what I have to do in this first half hour because it's a knife fight. This sucks. If you are not right, this sucks. You know, if you're buying in the middle, you're praying, I don't know. You feel like you're a genius when it goes like this, and when it comes back on you, you're like, well, it must be dead. I'm going to sell my call here. Then it gets the real move when the liquidity stabilizes. So what you can think about of this first half an hour, it's kind of like settling up the action from yesterday. So what I mean by that is, or from the overnight session. So overnight, we sold hard. Therefore, into the bell, we're probably going to run up. But then there's probably going to be people like me who say, hey, trend is down, let's short it. So probably we're going to need to make a definitive reach down for liquidity. And once we kind of find that bottom, it was a sharp V here, then you'll see this big overshoot. Like we could clearly see buyers were in, but because it's the first half hour of the day and we're still kind of settling up and everything's kind of sloshing around back and forth, all this momentum, we still see a wild sell here, like a big dollar sell in like 2 minutes. I mean, Josh, if you're in a trade and it drops, or in a SPY trade and it drops $1 in 2 minutes, you're probably feeling like you're wrong, right? I sure am. So it's just tricky here. It's just tricky in this first half hour, and that's why I really love to watch price action and kind of categorize it, especially with these 15-minute candles or even just a half-hour candle. And so the half-hour candle told the tale of, hey, right from the gate we were selling, but we did reclaim a good amount. And most importantly, if you do a fib on this, it should say, yeah, the middle is right at the neckline, right where we closed, right under there. So in my book, what that first 30 minutes of price action has done is essentially tried to push up, tried to push down, and then it's on its way back up. So up, down, starting to go up. So for me, the bias is to the upside to continue that momentum. It's just like a wave, up and down and up. And okay, we got the tick. So now probably ready to go down. So that's where I sold. And then where do we find that buyer? In here, the higher low. But when you look at how the price moved in the afternoon, I call it garbage time, usually starting at starting at about 8 for me, so that's 11 market time. It just kind of gets washy. The price action doesn't have the same amount of volume, which you can see in this first half hour. Big volatile moves coming off big volume, and that's really going to stall plays out. So even though we wanted to push higher, you see this setting up to push higher, it wasn't ready. It formed a flat top of resistance here. You can see right there, it was definitely having a hard time pushing up. So it didn't have the volume to push up, so it gets washy, it gets choppy. This is hard to play in here, unless you're taking like really quick scalps. And that's why I try to get long into this change, so somewhere in this window. Well, I try to take a position, I should say, long or short, and fade the push outside here like this. So that's what I like to do for the first half hour. And then I usually take that scalp and kind of chill during this whole time of the day until we start getting volume coming in, usually starting at about 10 o'clock my time, 1 o'clock your time, 1 o'clock market time.
All right,
and from there, the move will stick.
Well, I was going to say, I don't want to forget this, earnings. I want to talk about earnings. So earnings this week, we had Hims, Oklo, Cisco. Do you have a favorite earnings play from this week that you want to go back and recap over?
Gotta be Cisco, just because this is one of the fun ones, right? Nice action today, too. This is the fun type of move that starts going and keeps on cooking. So this one was really good for us, Josh, and we did not capture the whole move, but that's okay, too.
Yeah.
The measured move was about 10%. It was trading into the close at 102. So we were looking for about 110 to 112. What we were looking for was a break of, where was it? Yeah, the high of the day. We saw essentially really tight price action. It really didn't want to give up anything off these moving averages. It came back into it and said, no, big candle up there. And then this was 1 minute till the print. So we were getting ready, already biased bullish. And we see the big spike up and we go, oh my goodness gracious. We look at the numbers really quick, massive double beat. Awesome. So we think it's going up. We think we've already done our homework and said, hey, if this thing gets traction through 100, it can squeeze. It can be a gamma squeeze because there were so many 100 strike call spot. So what we saw and what we did is say, hey, okay, we want to get in, but price is up here. It was like up here when we were looking at it because it instantly popped really hard and started to come down. We go, where the heck do we get in? Actually, it went down first, then went up. Where do we get in? Candle closed here, and we're sitting here going, all right, where's our level? And I say, all right, I see this little range right here. Or popped up, down, up, down. Then when it popped through there, it really cooked. So in my book, I was thinking somewhere between here to the previous high of the day that acted as support is going to be our zone. So I put the order in at 103 just to make sure that if it tagged any of this area of interest, we'd get in. And we did get filled at 103 on this wick down, 1 minute after the print. And that's, I think, the safest way to play these. Instead of just jumping in right here, it sure would have worked, but it would have been scary as heck when it came all the way back down here. And you always think about those setups, Josh, where I'll show you one in a second where it's like massive move up, massive move down. And you think about the guy that bought up at the top and the guy that sold at the bottom, and they're both just crushed. So if you can avoid that, you're in good shape. The safe way to do that, like I said, look for these bounce backs into the key area. And since we already had this bottom wick, I instantly knew how the trade was framed. Getting long there. Hard stop right under there. 2.3% stop, very reasonable. And our target is 110. 110 to 112. Yeah, it was a 10% move, so it was 112. So essentially, when you catch a look back on earnings like this, you get just a straight shot move off into that kind of the average expected move. So for me, 80% of the time I'm doing an earnings trade, or I'm like looking at an earnings call and it gets a big move up to the expected move, very often it's going to pull back a little bit, often half of the way back, and then end up consolidating there. And then the next day, the cash session, it often will try to go sweep that high and go for continuation then. But some plays, I say about 20% roughly, some plays are just going to come to that measured move. They're going to consolidate. And then as algos keep reading all of the new information coming out, as we see all of this new volume, buying volume come in, we go, oh, shoot, we're repricing, we're re-rating essentially. And then you can get this kind of crazy continuation. We saw that on AMD. We did see it on Cisco as well. Just keeps going up and up and up. And so for us, this was the trade. I think I waited for the candle to close. So right about there, 113-ish, 112 maybe. Very small size. It was more for a demonstration. But I think that was the one that I'm most proud of. Just because it isn't the one that we held to its end point. We would have gotten a lot more off of it. But it is the one where I think it was the best risk reward and the best entry there. That's what I got for earnings that week. Any that stood out to you that you want to talk about? Because there were a lot.
Well, going back to Monday and ASTS and how we had so many people over from ASTS on Monday and the 4K, people overall, I think that joined our stream, one of the most watched ones we've had throughout the last, few weeks in earnings. So, yeah, it was crazy to see how that space sector had brought a lot of traders over last Monday. So that was a highlight for sure for me. That was the only one I had joined of. Of course, usually in after hours, I'm always busy doing other stuff anyway, so I'm not really always looking at earnings unless it's something I want to trade, which last week there really wasn't a lot that, stuck out to me. So, yeah, going back to Monday with you and that after hours stream of, seeing like 400, almost 500 people consistently here. That's on YouTube alone, and then, gathering up to almost 5,000 viewers overall we have on that stream. So, very proud of that moment last week with you, Steve, and definitely hopefully we get some more of those. I know we will moving forward for sure. And how about speaking about moving forward?
Absolutely. That was a lot.
Next week. Next week. What you got your eyes on next week? You can eye out Monday right out of the gate. And I want to throw one out for Monday. It's Fatten. F-A-T-N. Fat Pipe. I've seen Fatten run in the small cap sector before multiple times. I think it's got a lower float. We've seen what happened today with PIII after earnings. My eye is on Fatten for next week. F-A-T-N. Because it can move. And hey, by the way, too, if AS you're back there, put our links out there before we kind of wind down. Steve's links, my links, that would be great. And don't forget tonight, Friday Night Live. Come back tonight, 9:30 Eastern Time. We will be live tonight, the roundtable discussion. Guys, gals, just talking stocks, food, drinks, whatever. Sports, movies, music. Come back tonight. No one really does it on Friday night. It's a week recap, so come back later tonight. And what I want to start doing is having a guest join, maybe like once a week, where I'll send you the link, and then we have our normal roundtable discussion. We'll get someone new on each week, and I'm talking about one of you guys listening. That would be awesome. Yeah, My Music Muslims, Uncle Chris. Have a good day, and you know what? Stop becomes the entry. Stop becomes the entry. And so go back to Fatten. I like this look. Look at the downtrend.
It's beautiful. Yeah. Look at that.
Come on, baby, give it to me. I'm telling you right now, if we see Fatten next week squeezing up to $10, $15, you know who called it first.
Yes, sir. Josh, if we're looking for a backtest pullback here, I know that we're just about to head out for the day, but what do you think about, I'm seeing this 9 cross over the 200 right at 350, round number right there. I would love just a little bit of a pullback, maybe on that morning manipulation liquidity that we're talking about. I would love to see this one really start to cook on up, and I think that the target is going to be this area around $6 for me personally, at least. Maybe you could say, hey, where's the swing low? 534, somewhere around there, though. I think this thing has a lot of room, and it's a pretty chart.
Hey,
do you know what they do by chance?
I said 10-15, brother. You better up it up a little bit.
Gotta pump those numbers. Okay, I can pump those numbers. I see wicks up here. This would be great.
Yeah, that's where that's where I'd want to get to, would be that. That would mean it turns into fun for Josh. That's what I was looking at. Yeah, that 10 plus area, you got a lot of wicks, a lot of resistance up there. Steve was going on the more conservative side. Josh is going for the, to the moon kind of play again. So, hey, we'll see what we get. But this is on watch. I want to bring this up on, this is Monday, everybody. So if you trade small caps, don't forget, we called this play out first. I'm loving this play already in the chart setup for Monday. So keep this on high watch. And
absolutely. And just to put it on people's radars, I was just looking it up. So this is Fat Pipe. They provide software-defined wide area networking and enterprise cybersecurity. So guys, if anybody's reading my newsletter recently, we've been long the cybersecurity trade via Crowd. Boom, new high a day, new all-time highs. Absolutely explosive move from our entry on the, the back test of this 9. So 445 there. Big move there, and I'd love to see the software security or cybersecurity to continue to move. So I love the FAT N, is it? Yeah, Fat N.
Fatten.
All right.
Fatten up, baby.
And so, Josh, you got the pipe dream up here at $10 on Fat
baby.
Pipe. I like that.
Yeah, fatten it up.
Let's do
baby.
it.
Let's fatten her up. Let's fatten her up. We got to go. I like what you are. Let's complete that U shape to that, that first area. And then let's just go parabolic up to the 10, 11, 12, maybe even get higher than that mark. So, hey, and then, of course, the big one next week. I just had to bring up fatten because I know that's on Monday. And definitely the small cap space. We've been seeing that a lot recently. And, of course, like you just went over, the space that it is in and what it does as a company. Well, Wednesday, it's NVIDIA. NVIDIA finally sneak it in like it always does out of nowhere. So that's Walmart's next week. That's another decent sized one next week as well. Home Depot, HT is a pretty big one. Just talking about just bigger guys we'll see next week. But yeah, I think Hasbro. I love some Hasbro. That's next week as well. I got all my little freaking action figures back here. Yeah, NVIDIA.
What's the ticker there?
Hasbro's HAS. HAS. Has.
Okay.
Yeah. I had no idea. First time I ever know they had a ticker. So Hasbro. There you go. Love some Hasbro.
Wait, is Hasbro? Do they do Magic the Gathering cards? Is that them now?
It could be, honestly. Yeah. I mean, it could
be. If it is, I think we long it. I hear they're selling out like crazy. Got a few friends who play. So something to consider there. Strong chart. The monthly in particular is beautiful.
Love it.
So hey, send it to the moon.
We got you covered.
So
we got you covered. Targets next week. Yeah, we got you covered here. But yeah, NVIDIA, that Wednesday looks to be fun. For next week, that is Target Hasbro's on that day. That will be in the morning, though. Of course, the big guys are always in the afternoon, which is NVIDIA next week. But in the morning, next Monday, or this coming Monday, I'm going to have actually, Fatten's in the afternoon. Okay, so Fatten's after hours on Monday. So hey, look at, again, look what PIII just did. PIII, after hour spike, crazy continuation today from the earnings. So I'm on Fatten for next week. That's gonna be my magic ball, crystal ball play for the week. Fatten.
I love it. My crystal ball play for the week is going to be SHMD. This is a small cap photonics. They do. Hold on, no. They do some aspect of packaging for semiconductors and the AI supply chain there. So focusing on that bottleneck of packaging, and that's where the gains are really starting to come from, in my opinion, at least the very small amount I know about the sector. What I do know is people a lot smarter than me love this thing. I love the chart, beautiful cup and handle. We called this out previously at the $5 breakout. No, I did not take it though, but now it's coming back and setting up. It has earnings on Tuesday, I believe. Either Monday or Tuesday. Lost my spot before open. But yes, I'm in this one. I'm going to be adding to it as well. I think it's a beautiful chart and in a great space, guys. That's all I got for today, Josh. Anything else for these fine people?
Nope. Just make sure any last questions you got. AP, Mike, Michael, we're working on stuff, Mr. D Ryder in the background. Don't you worry. We've got some big announcements coming up. I know you guys talking about the platform, but yeah, no, I think we hit it up. We'll hit up all the things we needed to, how the week went, small cap space, what to expect for next week. And then don't forget to join us tonight, Friday Night Live, 9:30 Eastern Time. And then everybody in chat that's listening to my voice right now, type in chat, Fifth Element. Everybody, just type the word Fifth Element. Just that's all you type out and press enter. So Mind Music Muscle, Michael D. Ryder, I need Tack, I need Jen, I need everybody in chat, Nigel the student, I need everybody. Just type out Fifth Element, press enter, and then you will have a great weekend. You will stumble across a lost old $20 bill that you forgot about that was in your back pocket, and the pair of shorts that you haven't worn since last summer because you haven't worn it since last summer. Like, oh my God, I forgot about that $20 bill. Yeah, so look at that. Everybody typing now. Yeah, Fifth.
There it is. All right, guys. Man. I get it. I do respond best to shame, so this is how to get through to me, Josh. I will report back with good news, I'm sure. Everybody, have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful weekend. And don't forget, me, Josh, I believe Kevin, I believe Florida Joe, a whole bunch of great traders are going to be hanging out, having a good time, talking charts, talking movies, talking whatever the heck we're feeling like. So come on in and join us. That will be at, what time, 9 o'clock?
9:30.
Or 9:30?
9:30 Eastern.
9:30, awesome. I will be there. All right, till then, guys. See you later. You're out, brother.
Fifth Element. Fifth Element.
Okay.
I figured
promise.
that'd get
Yeah, it's
everybody
been
in chat. Yeah. Love it. All right, bro. Have a good rest of your Friday, and yeah, I'll see you later tonight, brother.
Sounds good. Take care.
And thanks, Ayush. Ayush, anytime, like I said, you want to join, just join, man. You pop in, you're there. You're part of the team. So anytime you want to join, you join in, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be great.
I know it's early for you,
Hope to see
so
you.
no pressure. But anytime you want to, it's all on you, brother.
It will be the top this week, like we discussed yesterday.
Okay.
I'm heading out. Later,
Very
guys.
good. All right. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Okay. Have a great day, Josh.
You too, bub. Thanks, Ayush. All right, back at it. Here we go. All right, so good day there. Good recap there on the lunch stream with Steve Eola. Many questions. I don't know if anyone's probably even still around. I doubt it, but maybe someone could be here. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. If not, no worries. I just want to jump back on the mic so I can say, hey, guys, how you doing? I am about to wrap up. Well, now I'm going to stick around the office, but I'm saying just wrap up yapping for a minute since I've been yapping for the last hour with Steve on the TTP stream. Absolutely fun stuff. Good sauce. And that's the one play. I'm going to put that on the Discord. Fatten on High Watch Monday after hours earning report. So many small cabs run next day. Today's example. Boop. Bop. All right, sweet. Bam. All right, sweet. All right, anyone around? On mic if anyone is around. All right, sweet. All right, cool. Well, we slowed down. We'll say that. If anyone is listening, large caps maybe spike. It just hit new high of day, so maybe we get some spy continuation there. Finally, not a lot of big movement, but some decent movement. Fatten will be on high watch for next week. Of course, that's Monday and after hours into Tuesday. For what we are seeing today, I'm not seeing anything. I was hoping we'd get a little bit bigger in movement. Honestly, we're not getting that, though, which is fine. killed it on those views last week. On Monday. Actually, last week went on Monday. All right, I'm going to put some jams back on. You amazing peeps. I'll be back here in just a bit. Again, for after our Power Hour commentary. I'll be back over to satellite, new high of day, still rolling, held that $9 area, consolidated there, broke the downtrend, kind of moved back up on around, little small inverse head and shoulders there, shoulder, head, shoulder, number 2. This is going to be your main play, though, to watch for power hour, after hour squeeze is going to be PIIII. And this forever line I put in just, I mean, it's crazy how our lines worked out perfectly. I think QUCY probably dies off and doesn't see a lot of movement in after hours. I would say fatten, and that's going to be on watch for next week for you guys. Large caps today, kind of a flat day. Speaking of fatten, but flatten. Microsoft and Apple had some pretty good days, but fatten. And it's crazy, I brought this up earlier, and it already had like a 20. It's like people were already buying fatten. What's up, Ingrid? What's on alert? Had volume down. Oh, nothing right now. Just for after hours, these guys just for popping. You could see Saddle still pop. You could see PIIII still pop. Those are some after hours runners to keep on watch. Maybe QUCY, but I do feel like we're going to get some sort of movement in after hours today. I'll be around for it to see if we do get anything. And then, of course, fatten here. It's been moving up since last week already, probably in movement for the earnings coming up on Monday. And because it's dead before that, you go to a 4-hour time frame, and this play was, not really doing too much up until recently. Was really dead and just sitting around down here, and all of a sudden you start to see a little bit more volume come in here on the pop-up, and now we're starting to squeeze, and really, overall, could start to U-shape back on around here. It's going to be on high watch for me next week overall for fatten. This play definitely has some, I think we could see this area. I think this is going to be the first key area, somewhere through here at 5s, then somewhere right here on 7 into 750, and then it's magnet time up to the 10 plus area. So this is going to be on high watch for me on Monday, after hours play. I might even, by like Monday morning, I almost want to get into it now, to be honest, on my swing account. I might even do that, to be honest, just QUCY, get in on my swing account like, maybe 20 shares or 30, 40, 50 shares before the end of the day, just to see where that play winds up at. But I don't want it over 438, and then I really feel like I'm missing the boat. So if it stays under 438, I may add a few shares on fatten just in anticipation for next week move to see if I'm just not seeing that correctly. But after hours moves from Pi, Saddle, maybe QUCY, and maybe something new potentially for after hours today. Just making sure we didn't miss anything else. Nothing. TRT's been a nice, good all-day mover. I went and bought a vape pen. Oh my gosh, all the pain is gone. Yeah. I love vape pens. Yeah, I mean, they're nice to have. I love flower more, but yeah, vape pens are nice. They're handy. They're stronger and better than they used to be. They used to not be as good as they are now. Now they're getting better and better, in my opinion. They're getting better. All right, so we got new high of day for Saddle here. Let's go over here, actually. I want to see it on my side. Yeah, 10, and then 1065. So Saddle's got Saddle 10, 1065, then 1230 resistance areas on way up. PI. All right, all right, all right. Beautiful day today, honestly, in the small cap sector. Lots of plays to be had, from Saddle's $9 bounce play multiple times to what was it this morning that we were looking at that I missed out on just barely? The HDWC play. Whatever happened to HCWB? Didn't do much, but HCWB, that was great at 105. AIIO was a good bounce play earlier in the day as well. So we had a lot of good movement early on, then we got really consolidation and sideways movement for the rest of the day. And we nailed the one. Well, I didn't trade Pi, but we were all over it from the get-go, and we nailed QC on the way up. Got some change out of QC in the sky with diamonds. Any questions you guys have? Otherwise, I'm going to step off the mic for now. I got to get a couple. My point being, I'll be right here because I'm going to get some office stuff done. So if I do see anything pop in after hours, right after the closing bell, I'll alert it for you guys. Otherwise, it's clean day for me. I've been cleaning the whole entire house, from dusting to vacuuming. Here she goes. Already 12. Like, there's all. I mean, it's crazy. That thing was just at the 1220s. There's already a 40-50 cent move right there. Here she goes. Potential here. Let's see if we can confirm over it. Volume is starting to come in a little bit heavier here. All right, sweet. Just making sure you guys are good to go. All right, we'll see. Look, there already. There's 13. There's 13. We get over 13. That's going to be the next key area for the move back up. And here we go. Here we go. Pi is booming. Pi is booming. Man, should have jumped in long there. 1,000 shares. There's a quick few $100. Bang a ring. Phone was recording what I was saying. It's so funny how every once in a while your watch will just, I say phone, but watch will just all of a sudden start recording, like picking up what you're recording, like searching like the internet for it. I'm like, I didn't press anything. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing to me? All right. If you're looking for a bounce play, I would go back to the trend line, to be honest. I'm sure most of you should be done for the day. It's Friday. Let's go have a good, afternoon and relax. But if you're looking for a trade, you could add in, if it goes up high enough, you could add in maybe at the 1225 mark. I would just go down to the trend line. That's what's been holding up the most. Let's see if we can hold this 1220 mark is going to be the key now. I meant 1220. Did I say 13? Anyway, I don't know. 1220. This is going to be definitely the area that you could start to look to add in, 1220, 1230. I would just be careful and come back down to the trend line around 1120. All right, team. I'm gonna get some stuff done. I'll be right here in the seat, so if anything starts popping up, I'll come back to alert it or give you levels. Got everything that you need, in my opinion, until the closing bell, and see if we get any extra action afterward. If you're out for the weekend, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I thank you all for coming over today. I'll put my links out in chat one more time for those that may not have my links, whether it's social media, the website, all the goods. Maybe. Here comes Elle. I just know when Elle gets up and she gets antsy in the pantsy. It's so funny. Oh, I'm working. This has nothing to do with you. This is Josh time, Dad time. Thank you. I'm working. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do this. No, ma'am. Lay down. You're fine. All right, I'm going to jump off the mic for now. Back in just a bit to see if we have anything running. If you're out for the weekend, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. If you're sticking around, we got the levels here for what to look for. QUCY still on watch, but you got the levels for Saddle and Pie on the way up. We already have the levels drawn in, so you have those for you as this play does continue into the closing bell. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. See you back on Money Monday. Looking for more bounce plays and more haul plays, baby. Let's get to it.